up screaming, only to realize the nightmare came with you? We've all had that dream. The one that lingers. The one where you wake up gasping, but can't remember why. Your skin still aches where the knife touched you in sleep. For days afterward, shadows move just wrong at the edges of your vision. Now imagine if it wasn't a dream. Let me tell you a story about an innocent girl who became the victim of a nightmare. If you guys have a weak heart, skip right now, or be ready for a chilling story that will creep you for some time. Here goes. Rain didn't fall outside the high-rise windows of Sterling and Finch. It assaulted. Each drop hit the glass like a tiny, desperate fist, driven sideways by a wind that howled through the concrete canyons of the city with the fury of a scorned god. The sound was a constant, wet roar, a white noise that seeped through the double glazing and vibrated in Jennifer's molars. It was Friday. It was 7:43 p.m., and she was still here. Her cubicle was an island of dim light in a sea of deepening shadow. Around her, the vast, open-plan office of Sterling and Finch Accounting was emptying with the swift, silent efficiency of a sinking ship abandoning its wrecks. One by one, monitors winked out, casting neighboring desks into gloom. Chairs squeaked as they were pushed back, followed by the rustle of coats, the click of briefcases, the murmured, weary goodbyes that barely cut through the storm's drone. Night, Jen. Don't stay too late, huh? Ben from payroll offered a tired wave. Already halfway to the elevator bank, his reflection warped in the rain-lashed glass. Wouldn't dream of it, Jennifer called back, forcing a smile that felt brittle. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, the spreadsheet on her screen a blur of meaningless numbers. The Henderson account. It had to be reconciled tonight. Mr. Finch's email, sent precisely at 6:58 p.m., had dripped with passive-aggressive urgency. Jennifer, ensure Henderson is buttoned up before the weekend. Client expectations, you understand. She understood. She understood she was the junior associate, the one without kids or a demanding social calendar, the one who always drew the short straw when deadlines loomed like storm clouds. Which, today, they literally did. Another light died across the aisle. Sarah from marketing was gone, leaving only the spectral outline of her ergonomic chair. The air conditioning, set too low for the dwindling body heat, hummed with a new prominence, a mechanical counterpoint to the wind's organic rage. Jennifer shivered, pulling her thin cardigan tighter. It wasn't just the chill. It was the emptiness. The office, usually buzzing with phones and keyboards and the low murmur of 100 conversations, was becoming a cavern. The ceiling lights, vast panels of cold fluorescence, seemed to dim incrementally as fewer people remained to justify their output. One panel directly above Jennifer's cubicle flickered. Once, twice, then settled into a steady, unnerving pulse. Flicker, hum, flicker, hum. She jumped as a hand landed on her cubicle partition. Todd from sales leaned in, smelling faintly of cheap beer and expensive cologne. Hey, superstar. Burning the midnight oil again. His smile was wide, but his eyes lingered just a fraction too long on the curve of her neck where her cardigan gaped. Just finishing up, Todd, Jennifer said, keeping her eyes fixed on her screen, her fingers suddenly clumsy on the keys. She could feel the dampness of his rain-spattered jacket sleeve near her elbow. Last bus is at 8:15, you know, he said, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Wouldn't want you to get stranded. I could give you a lift? My car's in the heated garage. The offer hung in the air, thick with implication. No, thanks, Jennifer replied, her voice tighter than she intended. I'm nearly done. The bus is fine. Suit yourself. Todd shrugged, his smile turning slightly sour. Brave soul, facing that monsoon. Don't say I didn't offer. He tapped the partition twice and sauntered off, whistling tunelessly. Jennifer let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the encounter leaving a greasy residue of discomfort on her skin. The flickering light above her head seemed to intensify. Flicker hum, flicker hum. She glanced around. Was she truly the last one? Desks stretched away into the gloom, their surfaces bare or littered with the abandoned detritus of the workday. A half-drunk mug of cold coffee here, a wilting potted plant there, a forgotten sweater draped over a chair like a shed skin. The only movement was the frantic scribble of rain against the panoramic windows. They no longer offered a view of the city skyline, just a swirling, liquid gray, distorted by rivulets running down the glass like endless, opaque tears. The city lights beyond were smeared into nebulous blobs of color, indistinct and distant. The office felt less like a workplace and more like a pressure chamber, sealed against the fury outside, yet somehow permeated by its damp, metallic scent. A sudden, violent gust shook the building. A low groan vibrated through the steel frame, a sound Jennifer had never heard before. One of the large potted ficus trees near the reception area shuddered, shedding a cascade of leaves onto the polished floor. The flickering light above her stuttered wildly, plunging her cubicle into near darkness for a terrifying second before flaring back to life, brighter than before, humming aggressively. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at Jennifer's spine. The Henderson account. Screw Henderson. Screw Finch. The numbers blurred into an indecipherable mess. Her focus shattered, replaced by the primal awareness of the storm, the oppressive silence of the empty office, the predatory flicker of the light, and the rapidly dwindling minutes. She fumbled for her phone, the screen lighting up her face in the gloom. 7:58 p.m. Last bus. 8:15. 17 minutes. It took at least 5 just to get down to the lobby in the sluggish evening elevators. 10 minutes of fast walking, if the crosswalks cooperated, to reach the bus stop on Elm Street. In this, with wind that felt like it could peel skin from bone and rain that came down in sheets, the flickering light cast stuttering, elongated shadows that seemed to creep across the empty desks towards her. The wind howled again, a banshee wail that rattled the window frames. Jennifer shoved her laptop into her bag with trembling hands, the zip sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. She grabbed her damp coat from the back of her chair, the fabric cold and clinging. Her umbrella was cheap, flimsy. It wouldn't last 5 minutes in that maelstrom. She stood up, her legs feeling strangely weak. The vast, dark expanse of the office stretched before her, the path to the elevators suddenly seeming impossibly long, lined with the skeletal shapes of abandoned workstations. The flickering light pulsed above her, casting her own shadow in jumpy, erratic movements on the carpet. Flicker hum, flicker hum. It sounded like a countdown. 17 minutes. The storm roared its defiance. The empty office watched her, cold and indifferent. Jennifer took a deep, shaky breath, the air tasting of ozone and stale coffee. The Henderson account could drown for all she cared. She had to catch the last bus. She had to get out of this echoing, flickering tomb. Pushing her chair in with a scrape that echoed too loudly, Jennifer turned her back on the blinking spreadsheet and the humming light and stepped out of her cubicle into the shadowed aisle. The storm raged against the glass, a constant reminder of the hostile world waiting just beyond the fragile barrier. The race against the clock and the elements had begun. 17 minutes felt like a lifetime teetering on the edge of a precipice. And the flickering light followed her progress, a malevolent eye blinking in the gloom. The office door hissed shut behind Jennifer, sealing her out of the flickering tomb and into the roaring throat of the storm. The difference was physical, a slap of wet, frigid air that stole her breath. The lobby, usually echoing with daytime bustle, was a cavernous, dimly lit space. The polished marble floor reflected the sparse emergency lighting, creating a shimmering, watery illusion that made her feel unsteady. Rain lashed the tall lobby windows, transforming the city beyond into a smeared, impressionist painting of gray and blurred neon. The wind howled around the building's corners, a sound like 1,000 lost souls wailing. Panic, cold and sharp, replaced the office dread. 7:59 p.m. 16 minutes. The bus stop felt impossibly distant. She fumbled with her cheap umbrella, fingers numb and clumsy. It sprang open with a pathetic thwomp, immediately buckling under the fist of wind that hit it as she pushed through the heavy revolving doors. Stepping outside was like diving into an icy ocean. Rain, driven horizontally by the gale, stung her face like needles. Her flimsy umbrella inverted instantly, becoming a useless, flapping batwing. She wrestled it down, abandoning it to skitter across the flooded sidewalk. Her thin cardigan was soaked through in seconds, plastered to her skin, offering no warmth. The wind tore at her hair, whipped her coat around her legs like a clinging shroud, and threatened to knock her off her feet. The city sounds, the usual symphony of horns, engines, and distant sirens, were drowned, replaced by the elemental roar of the storm. Elm Street was 5 blocks away. 5 blocks of exposed concrete canyon, where the wind funneled with vicious intensity. She lowered her head, squinting against the onslaught, and started to run. Or rather, she tried to run. It was more of a desperate, lurching stagger. The sidewalk was a treacherous river, ankle-deep in places with icy runoff that soaked through her thin office flats, numbing her feet instantly. Each step sent freezing water splashing up her calves. Block 1. She fought against the wind, leaning into it like a sailor tacking against a gale. Rainwater streamed down her face, blurring her vision, dripping into her mouth with a metallic tang. A delivery van roared past, too close, sending a tsunami of filthy water crashing over the curb, drenching her from waist down. She gasped, the shock of cold stealing her breath. Pedestrians were scarce ghosts, huddled under awnings or sprinting for doorways, heads down, anonymous in the deluge. No one met her eyes. Survival was solitary here. Block 2. The wind shifted, hitting her broadside as she turned a corner. It slammed her sideways into the slick brick wall of a closed bookstore. Pain flared in her shoulder. She pushed off, slipping on wet pavement, grabbing a lamppost to steady herself. Its cold metal burned her palm. The traffic light ahead swung wildly on its cable, casting frantic, swinging shadows. It turned green, but crossing was suicidal. Cars, their headlights diffused into glowing orbs in the rain, hydroplaned through the deep intersection, indifferent to the pedestrian signal. Jennifer danced back as a taxi skidded through the red light, tires screaming on the wet asphalt, missing her by inches. The driver's face, pale and wide-eyed behind the streaming windshield, was a fleeting snapshot of shared terror before it vanished into the gray. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. 8:04 p.m. 11 minutes. Block 3. The wind became a physical wall. She leaned forward, every muscle straining, pushing against an invisible, living force that wanted to fling her backwards. Breathing was a struggle. The air was thick with water, each gasp feeling like drowning. Rain found its way inside her collar, tracing icy paths down her spine. Her bag, heavy with a useless laptop, banged against her hip, a sodden, awkward weight. She passed the glowing entrance of a late-night diner. Warm, yellow light spilled onto the wet sidewalk, the smell of greasy food and coffee a cruel, taunting beacon of comfort and dryness. Figures sat silhouetted against the steamy windows, safe, oblivious. For a mad second, the urge to dart inside, to surrender to warmth and wait out the storm, was overwhelming. But the image of the last bus pulling away without her, the prospect of being stranded in this concrete wilderness, propelled her forward. She pushed past the diner's warmth, back into the punishing embrace of the storm. Block 4, an alleyway offered a potential shortcut, a narrow slit of deeper darkness between looming buildings. It reeked of damp garbage and something vaguely chemical. Puddles here were lakes, reflecting the sickly yellow glow of a single, flickering bulb above a fire escape. The wind hauled down the alley like a thing alive, funneled and amplified, carrying scraps of wet newspaper and debris that swirled around her ankles. Something large and dark shifted in a doorway recess. A pile of discarded furniture? A sleeping form? Jennifer didn't wait to find out. She broke into a proper, terrified run, splashing through the filthy water, her breath coming in ragged, panicked gasps. The alley seemed to stretch on forever, the exit a distant rectangle of rain-lashed gray light. Fear, colder than the rain, prickled her skin. Was that a shuffling sound behind her? Or just the wind? She didn't look back. She burst out onto the next street, gasping, scanning frantically for landmarks. 8:09 p.m. 6 minutes. Block 5, Elm Street. Finally. But the relief was short-lived. The bus stop was still half a block away, a flimsy plexiglass shelter barely visible through the downpour. And there, down the street, approaching the stop, the unmistakable, boxy silhouette of the number 42 bus, its headlights cutting twin cones through the murk, its indicator blinking yellow. It was early, or she was impossibly late. No, the word ripped from her throat, swallowed instantly by the storm's roar. Pure, adrenaline-fueled terror banished exhaustion. She ran. Not a stagger, not a lurch, but a flat-out, desperate sprint. Her numb feet slapped the pavement, sending sprays of water high. Her lungs burned, her vision tunneled, focusing solely on the retreating red taillights of the bus as it slowed towards the shelter. She slipped on the slick pavement, arms windmilling wildly, barely regaining her balance without falling. The bus hissed to a stop. The doors wheezed open. A single figure, hunched and indistinct in the gloom, shuffled inside from the shelter. Jennifer screamed, a raw, wordless cry lost in the wind. Wait! She flung herself forward, legs pumping, ignoring the icy water soaking her completely, ignoring the stitch stabbing her side. She was 10 yards away. 5. The bus doors began to close with a pneumatic sigh. Stop. She lunged, her hand slamming against the cold, wet metal beside the door just as the rubber seals met. The doors juddered, bounced open an inch. She jammed her fingers into the gap, feeling the crushing pressure, and wrenched her body sideways, throwing herself into the opening. She tumbled inside, landing hard on her knees on the gritty, wet floor of the bus. The doors hissed shut behind her with finality, sealing out the raging storm. She lay there for a second, gasping, trembling violently, water pooling around her. The smell of wet wool, stale diesel, and damp, unwashed humanity filled her nostrils. The roar of the wind was muted now, replaced by the low thrum of the idling engine and the rhythmic swish-swish of the windshield wipers battling the deluge outside. Slowly, shakily, Jennifer pushed herself up onto her hands and knees. She was drenched, shivering uncontrollably, her hair plastered to her face, her clothes heavy and cold. She had made it. The relief was a physical ache, momentarily overwhelming the humiliation of her entrance and the bone-deep chill. Then she looked up. The bus was cavernous and dimly lit, only a few overhead strips casting weak, yellowish light. Rows of empty, shadowed seats stretched towards the back. No chatter, no rustle of newspapers, no murmured phone conversations, just the engine's throb and the wiper's metronome. Her eyes found the driver. He sat hunched over the wheel, shoulders tense, face invisible beneath the peak of his cap, staring fixedly ahead into the storm-washed street. He hadn't turned, hadn't acknowledged her dramatic entry, hadn't said a word. And then she saw the only other passenger, sitting halfway down the bus, on the left side, partially obscured by shadow. An old woman, swathed in layers of dark, damp-looking wool, a shapeless hat pulled low. Her head was bent, her hands moving slowly, deliberately in her lap. Jennifer squinted through the gloom, and the water still dripping from her eyelashes. Click, click, click. The sound was soft, precise, cutting through the engine's drone. Knitting needles. The old woman was knitting, her fingers working with methodical, unhurried calm, utterly detached from the tempest outside and the drowned, trembling girl on the floor. She didn't look up. Jennifer hauled herself onto the nearest empty seat, the vinyl cold and sticky beneath her soaked clothes. She hugged herself, trying to stop the violent shivers. The bus pulled away from the curb with a lurch, plunging back into the storm. The silence inside pressed down on her, thick and unnatural, broken only by the engine, the wipers, and the relentless, rhythmic click, click, click. Jennifer hauled herself onto the nearest empty seat. The vinyl was shockingly cold beneath her soaked clothes, leaching what little warmth remained. She hugged herself, fingers digging into her saturated cardigan, but the shivers were bone deep, rhythmic tremors. Water dripped from her hair, tracing icy paths down her neck. The smell of wet wool mingled with the acrid tang of diesel fumes and something stale, like forgotten laundry in a tomb. The silence was the worst part. It wasn't peaceful. It was oppressive, pressing against her eardrums until every mundane sound became menacing. The engine's low growl, the windshield wipers fighting their losing battle against the rain, the faint creak of suspension as the bus navigated submerged streets. And beneath it all, that constant, precise rhythm of knitting needles clicking together. Jennifer risked another glance toward the old woman. She sat perfectly still except for the steady movement of her hands. The weak overhead light barely reached her, casting her face in deep shadow beneath her dark hat. Her posture was rigid, unnaturally upright, her woolen layers absorbing light until she seemed more silhouette than person. The needles moved with mechanical efficiency in her pale, gnarled fingers, their rhythmic clicking syncing with Jennifer's own frantic heartbeat. She turned to the driver. He remained hunched, both hands gripping the wheel. His cap obscured his eyes in the rear-view mirror. He hadn't looked back, not when she'd tumbled inside, not now. He drove with unnerving stillness, his silence more unsettling than any words. The mirror reflected only the dark, empty aisle and the vague, elongated shadow of the old woman. The air felt heavier than the storm outside. Jennifer fumbled in her soaked bag, numb fingers closing around her phone. The screen lit up, 8:14 p.m. Relief warred with fresh anxiety. She'd made it. Home was 20 minutes away. But that relief frayed when she saw the stark icon. An O signal. Of course, the storm had killed service. She held the phone up to the grimy window, but the bars remained absent. Static whispered faintly from the speaker. Trapped. No way to call for help. No way to reach anyone. Just this moving vault with the driver who refused to acknowledge her and the old woman who never stopped knitting. She wiped water from her eyes, trying to orient herself. Outside was a smeared nightmare. Streetlights were blurred halos. Neon signs melted into abstract streets. The bus turned down a narrow, unlit side street Jennifer didn't recognize, wind howling between buildings like a warning. Then another turn, past darkened shops with boarded windows like blind eyes. The bus swayed, its headlights cutting uselessly through the rain. They passed under a railway bridge, the downpour echoing metallically off the girders overhead, drowning out the clicking, but only for a moment. Then it returned, relentless. Jennifer tried to rationalize it. Just knitting, harmless. But the rhythm was too precise, too unyielding. It didn't falter. It pulsed through the silence, vibrating in her teeth. She found herself holding her breath between each click, forced into its unnatural rhythm. She swallowed, then spoke, her voice thin and swallowed by the heavy air. "Excuse me, driver?" No response. She cleared her throat, louder this time. "Driver? This is the number 42, to Cedar Heights, right?" Nothing. No flicker in the mirror. No shift in his shoulders. As if she hadn't spoken at all. A cold prickle traced her spine. She glanced back. Had the clicking paused? No. The needles still moved. The woman's head remained bowed, utterly absorbed, utterly indifferent. Jennifer shifted on the cold seat. The bus's warmth, initially a blessing, now felt cloying, damp and suffocating, like the air in a reptile house. It made her lightheaded. Combined with the clicking and the hypnotic sway of the bus, exhaustion crept back in. Her eyelids grew heavy, grainy. She fought it, blinking rapidly, staring hard out the window. Another turn, a wider street now, skeletal trees thrashing in the wind. A branch snapped somewhere nearby. They passed a brightly lit convenience store, a beacon of normalcy. A man inside stacking shelves, the distant chime of a register. Then it was gone, swallowed by the storm. The bus pressed on into an older residential area, large houses sitting dark and unwelcoming. Click, click, click. Her stop was on Maple. They should have turned on to Oak by now, but the bus sailed past Oak Street without slowing. Jennifer sat up straight, drowsiness shattered by alarm. Driver. Louder now, sharper. You missed Oak Street. My stop is Maple, after Oak. Turn. Silence. Only the engines growl. The wipers struggle. The rain, the clicking. The driver didn't react. The bus continued straight, leaving the familiar grid behind, heading toward warehouses, rail yards, deserted places. Panic flooded her, cold and slick. This was wrong. She pushed to the edge of her seat, gripping the cold metal bar. Hey, driver, stop. You missed the turn. I need to get OFF. Her voice cracked, desperate. Finally, a reaction. Not from the driver. The clicking stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, a physical jolt. Jennifer froze, breath catching. Slowly, mechanically, the old woman lifted her head. Jennifer couldn't see her eyes. They were lost in shadow. But she felt the gaze. Cold, detached, assessing, like a scalpel on skin. The pale hands lay still, knitting needles poised like bone daggers. The gaze held. 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. Her own pulse pounded in her ears, too loud in the sudden void. Then, without a word, the woman's head lowered slowly, deliberately. The hands resumed. Click. A pause, thick with threat. Click. Another pause, stretching. Click. The sound was louder now in the fresh silence. Precise. Relentless. Final. Jennifer sank back, heart hammering against her ribs. The driver remained a statue. The bus plunged deeper into the storm-lashed unknown, carrying her further from home, deeper into the suffocating quiet. The warmth felt like the breath of a predator. Trapped. The only sounds left were the storm outside, the engine's growl, and the sharp, deliberate clicking of needles, stitching the silence into a shroud meant just for her. The rhythmic clicking resumed, louder now in the silence left by the old woman's unnerving stare. Each sharp sound pricked at Jennifer's skin like a physical needle, a relentless countdown to something unspeakable. She huddled deeper into the cold vinyl seat, trying to make herself disappear. Her wet clothes clung to her like an icy shroud, but the chill radiating from the driver and the woman was deeper, older, the kind of cold that seeps into bones. The driver remained locked onto the storm-lashed windshield, his posture rigid. The woman, Agnes, sat as still as a monument, save for those ceaselessly moving hands. The bus surged forward, leaving the last traces of civilization behind. They plunged into a district Jennifer knew only from grim news reports and hurried daytime drives. Warehouses loomed on either side like sleeping beasts, their corrugated metal skins streaming with rainwater. Broken windows stared blindly into the night, while chain-link fences sagged under the storm's assault, their razor wire crowns glinting wetly in the headlights. The road deteriorated into a scarred wasteland of potholes, some filled with oily, rainbow-slicked water that splashed high against the bus's sides. Graffiti blurred by the downpour screamed unintelligible curses across decaying walls. Wrong. The word pounded in Jennifer's skull with every frantic heartbeat. This wasn't a detour. It was a descent into nightmare. Fear coiled in her stomach like a living thing, tightening with each abandoned block they passed. No cars. No pedestrians. Just industrial decay and the storm's endless fury. Driver. Her voice came out raw, stripped of all pretense of calm, edged with desperate command. Stop. You're going the wrong way. Let me off. The silence that followed was thicker than the rain outside. The driver didn't flinch, didn't acknowledge her existence. The clicking needles didn't falter. It was like screaming into a void lined with indifference. A violent gust rocked the bus, making it sway dangerously. Outside, a loose sheet of corrugated metal tore free from a roof, spinning through the air before crashing onto the road ahead in a shower of sparks. The driver didn't slow, didn't swerve. The bus plowed through the debris, its undercarriage scraping against twisted metal with a sound that set Jennifer's teeth on edge. The driver's unnatural calm confirmed her worst fears. This wasn't human behavior. Panic crystallized into cold dread. This wasn't a mistake. She was being taken somewhere against her will. The memory of Agnes's assessing gaze, like a butcher sizing up a side of meat, flashed through her mind. Get off.
Now.
Her eyes darted to the emergency exit handle above the rear window. Could she reach it? Open it before they reacted? She glanced at Agnes. Still knitting. Still a shadowy figure. But the relentless clicking now felt like a blade held at her throat. As if sensing her thoughts, the driver spoke. His voice was a dry rasp, like stone dragged over stone. He didn't turn, didn't look. Final stop soon. The words hung in the air, cold and absolute. Final stop. Not your stop. Final. The knot of dread in Jennifer's stomach tightened, strangling her breath.
No.
Where were they going? The bus slowed. Not for a marked stop, but for a crossroads drowned in near-total darkness. Dead traffic lights swung wildly in the wind. To the left, the road vanished into a tunnel of overgrown, thrashing trees. To the right, more urban decay. Straight ahead, a potholed track led toward a dense wall of skeletal trees. A battered, leaning sign announced, "Welcome to Blackstone." The name sounded like a grave marker. The bus turned left, into the tree-choked maw. Headlights barely pierced the gloom. Rain hammered the roof like frantic fists. The air inside turned colder, damper, smelling of wet earth and decay. The clicking continued, steady as a dying pulse. Jennifer pressed her face to the cold window. Shapes flitted at the edge of the headlights, just wind-tossed undergrowth. She told herself, just shadows. But they seemed to move with purpose between the trees, keeping pace with the bus. Her breath fogged the glass. She wiped it frantically. Were those eyes reflecting back at her for just a split second? Imagination. Fear. It had to be. The bus crawled now, its suspension groaning in protest. They rounded a bend into a crude clearing. A solitary, rusted signpost stood bent and forlorn.
No lights. No shelter.
Just the wall of dripping trees and the endless downpour. The bus hissed to a stop, its tired brakes protesting the halt. The engine idled, vibrating through the floorboards. The wipers continued their losing battle, swiping, pausing, swiping again. The driver shifted slightly and turned the key. The engine died. The sudden silence was deafening, filled only by the drumming rain and the wipers' final, exhausted movements before they too stopped. He didn't turn, didn't speak, just sat staring into the blackness ahead. Jennifer froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. This was it, the final stop. Nowhere. Then the clicking behind her stopped. Terror jolted through her veins. Slowly she turned. Agnes was gathering her knitting, tucking it into a large, dark bag. She stood, taller than Jennifer expected, her movements stiff and deliberate. She didn't look at Jennifer as she shuffled down the aisle, her soft footsteps barely audible over the storm. She stopped beside the driver. He didn't acknowledge her. He pulled a lever, and the bus doors wheezed open, unleashing a blast of frigid, rain-lashed air and the full roar of the storm outside. Agnes stepped down onto the top step, pausing in the doorway. Then, with agonizing slowness, she turned her head toward Jennifer. The dim emergency lights finally revealed her face. Jennifer stifled a gasp. Deeply lined skin like parchment stretched over sharp bones. But the eyes dark, almost black, unnervingly aware.
No orders. No pity.
Just a cold, ancient emptiness. And they were fixed directly on her. A lightning bolt split the sky overhead, flooding the clearing and the bus in blinding white light. For that frozen instant, Agnes's face was etched in terrifying clarity. Her thin lips seemed to curve in the faintest, most predatory suggestion of a smile. Those dark eyes drank in Jennifer's terror like wine. Then darkness slammed back down, deeper than before, as thunder rumbled in the distance. The afterimage burned in Jennifer's vision. Sharp bones, void-like eyes, that chilling, not-quite smile. Agnes turned away, stepping down into the mud. She didn't hurry. She walked toward the dense wall of trees bordering the clearing, her form dissolving into the downpour like a shadow returning to the darkness. The driver's voice rasped again, a dry command echoing through the tomb-like bus. "Your stop. Everyone off." The driver's command, "Your stop. Everyone off," hung in the damp, tomb-like silence of the bus. It wasn't an invitation. It was a sentence. Jennifer sat frozen, her knuckles white where they gripped the seat back. Rain lashed the open doorway where Agnes had vanished, the storm's fury now an intimate presence inside the bus. The dim emergency lights cast long, wavering shadows. The driver remained a silhouette, staring rigidly ahead into the blackness beyond the windshield, utterly still. He didn't repeat himself. He didn't turn. He simply waited. The words echoed in Jennifer's mind with terrible finality. Everyone off, but there was only her, and the driver, and the oppressive sense of the woods pressing in, waiting. "Please," Jennifer whispered, the sound swallowed instantly by the drumming rain. Her voice cracked. "This isn't my stop. There's nothing here. Just take me back. To the city. To anywhere." Silence answered her, profound and absolute. The driver might as well have been carved from the same dark stone as the woods outside. The only movement was the rain sheeting through the open doorway. Panic, cold and sharp, began to shred the edges of her paralysis. He wasn't going to move. He wasn't going to drive. He would sit there, a silent sentinel, until she obeyed, until she stepped out into that drowning nowhere. Agnes was out there, somewhere in that wall of thrashing trees, watching, waiting. The image of those dark, lucid eyes, illuminated in the lightning flash, burned behind Jennifer's eyelids. That predatory non-smile. The way she'd simply walked into the woods, not along the road. The unspoken threat vibrated in the stale air. Get off or be thrown off. The driver's unnatural stillness felt more dangerous than any shout. He radiated a cold, implacable purpose. Slowly, stiffly, Jennifer pushed herself up from the seat. Her soaked clothes clung, heavy and icy. Her legs trembled violently. Each step toward the front of the bus felt like wading against a current. The empty seats watched her pass, their vinyl gleaming dully in the weak light. The spot where Agnes had sat felt colder, charged with lingering malevolence. She reached the top of the steps, pausing in the doorway just as Agnes had. The blast of frigid, wet air stole her breath. Rain stung her face like icy needles. The clearing was a pit of darkness, the bus's headlights extinguished, leaving only the dim, yellowish glow from the interior spilling weakly onto the churned mud of the roadside. Beyond that feeble circle, the woods were an impenetrable wall of shifting black shapes and the relentless roar of wind and water. Where is this?" Jennifer asked, her voice trembling, directed at the driver's rigid back. "What is this place?" No answer. He didn't even breathe audibly. He was a statue, a machine that had fulfilled its function, delivery. She looked out again, scanning the tree-line frantically. Was Agnes there? Hiding? Watching? The trees seemed to lean closer, branches like skeletal arms reaching. Every shadow pulsed with imagined movement. The wind tore through the leaves, creating a susurrus that almost sounded like voices just below comprehension. There was no choice. Staying on the bus felt like waiting for the statue to come alive, for hands to grab her. Stepping off felt like stepping into the jaws of the dark. Taking a shuddering breath that tasted of damp metal and fear, Jennifer stepped down. Mud, thick and cold, immediately sucked at her thin office flats. Icy water seeped through instantly, numbing her feet. She stumbled, catching herself on the wet, cold metal frame of the doorway. The driver's hand moved, not toward her, toward the lever. The bus doors began to close with terrifying speed. Jennifer jerked back just in time, stumbling further into the mud as the doors sealed shut with finality, cutting off the weak interior light. She was plunged into near-total darkness, the world reduced to the roar of the storm, the sting of the rain, and the suffocating press of the woods. Inside the bus, the engine roared to life with sudden violence. Headlights snapped on, two blinding beams that sliced through the rain, illuminating the muddy track ahead for a few yards before being swallowed by the trees. They didn't illuminate her. Tires spun in the mud, spattering her legs with freezing slime. Then, with a lurch, the bus pulled away. It didn't turn around. It continued deeper down the track Agnes had taken, its red taillights shrinking rapidly into the downpour, bobbing like malevolent eyes before vanishing completely around a bend in the trees. Silence rushed in. Not true silence, but the overwhelming absence of the engine replaced by the multi-layered roar of the storm, the hammering rain, the howling wind tearing through branches, the creak and groan of the trees themselves. And beneath it all, woven through it, that unsettling whisper of moving leaves. Jennifer stood alone in the mud, soaked to the skin, shivering uncontrollably. The darkness was absolute, a physical weight pressing down. Panic threatened to engulf her, a black wave rising from her gut. She fumbled for her phone again, hands numb and clumsy. The screen lit up a tiny, futile beacon. No signal. The battery icon glowed a weak, mocking yellow. 15%. She tried anyway, stabbing at the emergency call function. Nothing. Not even the robotic voice telling her the call couldn't be completed. Just silence. Complete disconnection in every sense. She turned in a slow, terrified circle.
Mud. Then trees.
Darkness. The rusted signpost was a vague, crooked shape a few feet away. She stumbled towards it, slipping, falling to her knees in the freezing muck. She scrambled up, wiping mud from her eyes, peering at the faded letters on the bent metal.
Blackstone, 2000.
The arrow pointed back the way the bus had come before turning into the woods. 2 miles. Through this, in the dark, with no phone, no light, wearing useless flats. Hopelessness, cold and heavy, threatened to crush her. She sank back against the rough, wet wood of the signpost, the cold seeping through her coat. Tears, hot and useless, mingled with the rain on her cheeks. She was stranded, utterly, completely stranded, in a place that felt less like geography and more like a trap. Agnes. The name echoed in her mind like a curse. Where had she gone? Why lead her here? The woods seemed to watch her, the rustling leaves sounding like low, mocking laughter. Was it just the wind? Or was it something more? A flicker of movement caught her eye, deep within the wall of trees opposite the direction the bus had gone. Not a flitting shadow this time. Something still, solid. Jennifer froze, her breath catching. She squinted through the sheeting rain. Between the thrashing branches, perhaps 20 yards in, stood a figure, tall, dark, unmoving, swathed in layers that blended with the shadows. A shapeless hat pulled low. Agnes. She stood perfectly still, facing Jennifer. Not approaching, not beckoning, just watching. A sentinel in the storm. A spider at the edge of its web. Terror warred with a desperate, illogical spark of something like connection. The only other presence in this drowned hellscape. The woman who had offered shelter, however falsely. The alternative was 2 miles in the dark, through unknown, hostile woods, towards a place called Blackstone that sounded like a grave. Jennifer pushed herself away from the signpost. Her legs felt like lead. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. The figure in the trees didn't move, just watched. Hesitantly, taking a step that felt like stepping off a cliff, Jennifer moved toward the tree-line. Not toward the road to Blackstone, but toward the dark path where Agnes stood. Toward the unknown heart of the woods. The rain beat down. The wind howled through the branches. The figure watched, silent and still, as Jennifer approached the edge of the trees. The path wasn't a path at all, just a slightly less dense gap between ancient, gnarled trunks, choked with dripping ferns and thorny undergrowth. It led downward, into deeper shadow. Agnes turned, without a word, and began to walk slowly into that gap, her dark form quickly dissolving into the gloom. Jennifer paused at the threshold, the primal fear of the deep woods screaming at her to run. Anywhere else.
But where?
Back to the desolate crossroads, toward the unknown Blackstone? She was already lost, already drenched, already terrified. The figure of Agnes vanished completely into the dripping green-black shadows. Taking a final, shuddering breath that tasted of earth and decay, Jennifer stepped off the muddy track and into the woods. Thorns snagged her coat. Cold, wet leaves slapped her face. The roar of the storm lessened slightly, muffled by the dense canopy, replaced by the closer sounds of dripping water, the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth, and the soft, chilling sound of footsteps somewhere ahead on the sodden earth. She followed the sound. The path, such as it was, swallowed her. The clearing, the signpost, the memory of the bus, all vanished behind a curtain of rain and leaves. There was only the dark, the cold, the wet, and the soft, relentless sound of footsteps leading her deeper into the heart of the storm-lashed woods. Toward the cottage, toward Agnes, toward whatever came next. The moment Jennifer crossed the threshold of dripping ferns and gnarled trunks, the clearing ceased to exist. The roaring storm became a muted echo high above, filtered through the dense canopy of ancient, interlocking branches. This was a different world, a drowned cathedral of gloom where rain fell in a constant patter from soaked leaves and moss-bearded limbs. Each cold droplet found its way beneath her collar, tracing icy fingers down her spine. The air hung thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something older, something fungal and deeply wrong. Agnes's footsteps had vanished the moment Jennifer entered the trees. Now only the dripping water and sighing wind remained, the oppressive silence of the deep wood pressing against her eardrums. Jennifer stood frozen just inside the tree-line, straining her eyes against the deceptive twilight. The darkness wasn't absolute but treacherous. Shadows shifted between black tree trunks slick with rain, roots snaking across the ground like buried serpents. Ferns brushed against her legs with the cold persistence of dead hands. "Hello!" Jennifer's voice disappeared into the foliage, a child's whimper in a vast mausoleum. "Agnes? Are you there?" Only the dripping water answered, punctuated by the mournful wind high above. Panic surged through her veins. She was alone, lost. Every direction looked identical, a labyrinth of wet bark and grasping undergrowth. The path she thought she'd followed was just a trick of the trees, a brief gap between two massive oaks that now closed ranks behind her. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably as the cold seeped into her bones. Her soaked clothes hung like lead weights, her flats caked in freezing mud. She fumbled for her phone with numb fingers. The screen flared to life, a tiny blasphemy against the primeval dark. No signal. The battery pulsed red, 8%. The flashlight function revealed only a small circle of wet leaves and gnarled roots before the darkness swallowed the beam whole. The light seemed to make the surrounding shadows press closer. A sharp crack split the silence to her left. Jennifer jumped, a strangled cry escaping her lips. The phone beam swung wildly, illuminating nothing but shifting shadows. A falling branch? An animal? Her heart hammered against her ribs like a caged beast. She had to move. Standing still meant death. Hypothermia already whispered at the edges of her consciousness. She couldn't go back. She had no concept of back anymore. Agnes had led her here, for a reason. There had to be a cottage. Choosing the direction where she'd last seen Agnes, Jennifer pushed through soaking ferns that drenched her legs anew. Her numb feet stumbled over hidden roots as the phone beam revealed fleeting nightmares. Spider webs jeweled with rain, shelf fungus like diseased flesh on rotting stumps, the hollow gaze of a dead tree. The ground sloped downward, the air growing colder, damper. The dripping water became a chorus echoing off unseen walls. She was descending into a gully where trees pressed closer together, their branches intertwining like the vaulted ceiling of some drowned cathedral. The phone beam caught the churning brown water of a swollen stream blocking her path, too deep, too fast to cross. Despair threatened to overwhelm her until she spotted the fallen tree upstream. A moss-covered bridge, slippery but possible. Her hands shook as the battery warning flashed. 5%. The light flickered, a death rattle. She scrambled along the muddy bank, slipping on roots. Something moved through the undergrowth on the opposite shore, keeping pace with her. She refused to look, focusing only on the log ahead. The tree trunk was wider than she'd thought, but slick with algae. 3 feet below, angry water carried debris downstream. As she dropped to her knees to crawl across, the phone light flickered wildly, then died. Darkness absolute. Jennifer froze, paralyzed. No log beneath her, no water below. Only the roar of the stream and the drumming rain high above remained. She inched forward blindly, every movement a potential plunge into icy water. When her hand finally touched the far bank, relief flooded her system. She collapsed onto the mud, gasping. But the respite was brief. She remained lost, freezing, blind in the suffocating dark. And whatever had been moving through the undergrowth had stopped when the light died. Pushing herself up, Jennifer willed her eyes to adjust. Dark tree shapes emerged from the gloom. Minimal orientation, but better than nothing. She had to keep moving. The ground leveled as she pushed through soaking ferns. The silence grew heavier, watchful. The dripping water took on a rhythmic quality, like footsteps keeping time with her own. Then she heard it, a guttural whisper threading through the trees. Not Agnes's voice. Something older, hungrier. The sound coiled around her, probing, assessing, speaking in tones colder than the winter earth. When it faded, Jennifer stood frozen, ice in her veins. The dripping continued. Her heart pounded. But she knew now she wasn't alone in these woods. And whatever shared the darkness with her was far worse than Agnes. The whisper dissolved into the dripping woods, leaving Jennifer frozen, every nerve alight with terror. It hadn't been Agnes. It hadn't even been human. It was something older, something that spoke directly to the primal fear coiled in her hindbrain, cold, ancient, and hungry. The suffocating trees pressed closer, the darkness, now a living thing, watching. Move. The command was pure instinct, overriding paralysis. She couldn't stay here, trembling in the open. She lunged forward, crashing blindly through ferns and low branches that slapped her face like cold, dead hands. She didn't care. She ran. Running blind through the woods was madness. Roots snaked up to trip her. Unseen logs sent her sprawling into freezing mud. Her numb feet slipped on wet leaves, every gasping breath burning with a taste of damp rot and fear. The darkness shifted around her, trunks twisting into monstrous shapes at the edges of her vision. Every rustle in the undergrowth sounded like pursuit. Every snapped twig a footstep closing in. The constant dripping water became the rhythm of her own frantic flight. She ran until her legs gave out, collapsing against the broad trunk of an oak. She slid down its rough bark, landing hard, retching. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped animal. She pressed her forehead to the wet wood, the scent of moss and decay filling her nose. How far had she come? Direction was meaningless. She was lost in a vast, dripping labyrinth. Exhaustion settled over her, heavy and dangerous. The cold had seeped into her bones. Her clothes were icy weights. Her hands and feet were numb blocks. Shivers racked her body, and worse, the creeping lethargy whispering that if she just closed her eyes, just for a moment, the cold wouldn't hurt anymore.
Now.
She dug her nails into her palm, the sharp pain anchoring her. Sleeping here was dying here. She forced her head up. Her vision had adjusted slightly. She could make out the shapes of trees, the denser patches of undergrowth, and then a break in the wall of trunks. Not a path, but a thinning of the trees, a faint grayness in the distance. Light. Hope flickered. Light meant sky. Sky meant escape. She pushed herself up on trembling limbs and stumbled toward it. Fallen logs slick with moss, freezing water up to her shins, brambles tearing at her skin. None of it mattered. The light grew brighter, resolving into a pale gray filtering through a thinning canopy. Ahead, a low stone wall, crumbling and ivy-choked. Beyond it, open space. A field. Relief flooded her, so potent it brought tears to her eyes. She hauled herself over the wall, landing in knee-high, rain-lashed grass. The wind hit her full force, cutting through her soaked clothes like knives. But she didn't care. She was out. The field stretched vast and empty, sloping toward a distant treeline. No houses, no road, just rolling hills swallowed by mist and rain. Blackstone was supposed to be 2 miles back, but this landscape was unrecognizable, foreign, desolate. The euphoria vanished as quickly as it came. She was out of the woods, but into what? A moorland just as merciless, just as freezing. Where was she? Which way was help? She turned back to the woods, a dark wall behind her, more forbidding than ever. Unthinkable to return. She scanned the horizon. The far treeline seemed marginally less menacing. Maybe it bordered a road. A farm. It was a direction. A goal. She trudged forward. The grass dragged at her legs. The wind screamed across the open expanse, stealing what little warmth her movement generated. The rain lashed her face. She kept her head down, focusing on one step, then another. The distant trees a shifting blur through the downpour. The field stretched endlessly. Time lost meaning. Her thoughts fractured. Cold. Tired. Feet hurt. Agnes.
Bus.
The whisper in the woods. She stumbled, fell, pushed herself up again.
Keep moving.
Must keep moving. At the crest of the slope, she saw it. Water. Not a stream, but a vast, murky marsh choked with reeds and dead trees, blocking her path completely.
No.
The denial was a physical ache, not another barrier. She stood, staring at the impassable water, the wind whipping her hair, the rain soaking her anew. The treeline beyond seemed impossibly far. Hopelessness crashed over her. She was exhausted, freezing,
Lost.
then movement. A figure stood at the water's edge, 50 yards away, tall, swathed in dark layers, a shapeless hat pulled low. Agnes. She stood perfectly still, facing the water. How had she gotten here? Had she followed, or had she been waiting? The figure didn't turn, didn't beckon, just stood, watching, waiting. Jennifer stared, her mind reeling. Following Agnes into the woods had led to terror. Following her across the field had led to this dead end. Was this another trap? But what choice did she have? Turn back toward the woods? Skirt the freezing marsh in the dark? Neither promised survival. Gritting her teeth, Jennifer walked toward the figure, not with hope now, but grim inevitability. Each step through the mud was a surrender. As she neared, the figure turned its head slightly, just enough. The hat's shadow hit its face, but Jennifer felt its gaze. Those dark, knowing eyes, assessing her exhaustion, her despair. Then, without a word, the figure turned and walked along the marsh's edge, keeping to firmer ground, heading somewhere. Jennifer stopped. The figure paused too, waiting. The wind howled. The rain stung. The marsh gurgled beside her. No road.
No refuge.
Only the dark figure offering direction in this drowned world. Taking a breath that burned like ice in her lungs, Jennifer took the first step to follow. The figure moved again, dissolving into the rain and mist. Jennifer followed. The illusion of escape was gone. Only the hunt remained. Agnes moved along the marsh's edge with unnatural certainty, her dark form cutting through the rain. Jennifer followed, her body numb with exhaustion. Each step was agony, her frozen feet sinking into the mud, then pulling free with a wet, sucking sound. The wind screamed across the open moor, driving icy rain into her face. The murky water beside them churned with a slow, hungry rhythm. Agnes never looked back. She simply walked, maintaining a precise distance, always 20 paces ahead. A hunter ensuring her prey remained within sight. Questions no longer mattered. Agnes was the only fixed point in this dissolving world. The marsh stretched endlessly. Dead trees clawed at the storm-lashed sky. The distant treeline Jennifer had hoped for vanished into the mist. Time lost meaning. Her thoughts fragmented. The bus driver's hollow voice, the clicking of needles, the suffocating woods, the whisper that hadn't been human. And Agnes. Always Agnes. Then Agnes stopped. Jennifer stumbled to a halt. The land had risen slightly, giving way to a dense thicket of younger trees. Agnes stood motionless, facing the undergrowth. Jennifer followed her gaze. A figure stood just inside the treeline, half hidden behind a willow's drooping branches.
Tall. Still.
Dressed in dark, rain-slicked clothing. Terror spiked through Jennifer. Who? Not Agnes. Someone something else. The watcher from the woods? The source of that inhuman whisper? Agnes didn't react, didn't acknowledge the figure at all. She simply stood, as if waiting. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply watched, its unseen gaze colder than the rain. Jennifer felt it like a physical weight, calculating, assessing. She opened her mouth to call out. Agnes moved, not toward the figure, but past it, vanishing into the thicket without a glance. The figure remained. Then, slowly, it stepped forward. One arm lifted, not in greeting, but in a gesture that could have been pointing or beckoning. Jennifer recoiled. From the thicket, Agnes's voice cut through the storm. This way, child. Shelter. The words hung in the air. A lifeline. A trap. Jennifer looked between the thicket and the silent watcher. Shelter wasn't a choice, it was survival. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself forward, skirting wide around the figure. The moment she stepped into the thicket, the feeling of being watched sharpened. Not from behind her now, but ahead, inside. Through the trees, a cottage emerged. Small, ancient, dark stone and mossy slate. A single window glowed with warm light. Smoke curled from the chimney. Agnes stood at the door, her hand on the latch. She wasn't looking at Jennifer. She was staring back the way they'd come, toward the marsh, toward the watcher. Then slowly she turned. The firelight caught the hollows of her eyes. Come in, she rasped, before you freeze. The open doorway yawned. Warmth and wood smoke spilled out. A lie, a snare, but the cold was a tyrant. With the watcher at her back and Agnes's hollow eyes ahead, Jennifer stepped inside. The door shut behind Jennifer with a heavy finality, cutting off the storm's roar. Inside, the world narrowed to the crackling fire in a stone hearth, the steady ticking of an unseen clock, and the thick scent of wood smoke mingling with dried herbs and something faintly sweet, like forgotten potpourri. The warmth struck her like a blow. After hours of bone-deep cold, it was almost painful. She stood just inside the doorway, dripping onto a worn rug, shivering so violently her teeth chattered. Steam rose from her soaked clothes in the firelight. Agnes moved past her, silent as a shadow. She hung her own wet layers on a peg by the door, revealing a simple, high-necked dress of faded gray wool.
She didn't speak.
Just busied herself with quiet efficiency. Thank you, Jennifer managed, the words brittle. The gratitude felt hollow, layered over a bedrock of fear. The cottage looked like a refuge. Low, beamed ceilings, rough stone walls, deep-set windows shuttered against the storm. Sturdy furniture, a table, 2 chairs, a rocking chair near the fire. Bookshelves lined one wall, crammed with leather-bound volumes and jars of dried plants. Firelight glinted off copper pots near the hearth, casting long, leaping shadows. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. The air hummed with something unseen, a tension Jennifer couldn't name. The cottage didn't feel empty.
It felt watched.
Agnes turned to her. In the firelight, her face was a map of deep wrinkles, her dark eyes reflecting the flames. No warmth there, only that unsettling lucidity. Her gaze swept over Jennifer's drenched form, not pity, but assessment. You'll catch your death in those wet things, she said, voice dry as old paper. She gestured to a wooden chest near the hearth. Dry clothes, towels. Jennifer hesitated. Stripping down in front of this woman, vulnerability screamed inside her. But the cold was winning. Her fingers fumbled with her buttons. Agnes didn't watch. She turned away, pouring steaming water from a blackened kettle into a chipped teapot. The scent of strong tea cut through the air. Jennifer peeled off her sodden layers, dropping them in a heap. The cottage air prickled her bare skin, but the fire's heat was bliss. She grabbed a thick towel, scrubbing at her numb limbs until they burned. The clothes Agnes had left were simple, a flannel nightgown and a knitted cardigan, smelling faintly of lavender and cedar.
They were soft, warm.
Too loose, too impersonal. She pulled them on quickly, wrapping the cardigan tight. Agnes placed a chipped mug of tea on the table beside the rocking chair.
Seat.
Drink. Not an invitation, an instruction. Jennifer sank into the chair, cradling the mug. The tea was bitter, hot, reviving. She drank deeply, feeling warmth seep into her chest. Exhaustion crashed over her. Her eyelids grew heavy. Agnes took the other chair, pulling a basket of mending into her lap. A dark wool sock, a long, bone-darning needle. She worked in silence, the firelight catching the needle's sharp point. The quiet stretched, broken only by the fire's soft pops and the clock's steady ticks. Agnes didn't speak, didn't look up. Jennifer stared into the flames, hypnotized. The warmth, the dryness, the tea, it all pulled at her consciousness. Fear still coiled in her stomach, but it was dulled now, muffled by exhaustion. Her gaze drifted to Agnes's hands, gnarled fingers, papery skin over prominent bones. Old, very old, and strong. You live out here alone? Jennifer asked, voice hoarse. The needle paused, just for a second. Agnes rasped. Long time now, since my Henry passed. Silence again. Jennifer waited. Agnes offered nothing more. It's very isolated. Jennifer tried. Agnes lifted her head, her dark eyes fixed on Jennifer's. Isolation suits some, she said. Keeps the world's noise out. Lets you hear the older things. Older things. The words sent a shiver down Jennifer's spine. The whisper in the woods. The silent watcher. She looked away. The storm is terrible. Agnes agreed. Needle moving again. Worse than the 47 blow. Trees down all through the Blackstone woods. Power out for weeks. Blackstone. Jennifer's grip tightened on the mug. Is that near? I saw a sign. Agnes nodded slowly. 2 miles yonder, past the old marsh. Dying town. Not much there now, but ghosts and memories.
She paused.
You were lucky I saw you from the path. Foolish to be out in this. Foolish to wander Blackstone woods alone. Saw me from the path. Jennifer remembered the figure standing motionless in the trees, watching her struggle. Had Agnes been observing her the whole time? The bus driver, Jennifer said quickly. He wouldn't listen. He just drove out here and made me get off. Agnes made a soft sound, almost a chuckle. Old Ned drives that late route like he's the ferryman himself. Pays no mind to schedules. Just gets folk where they need to be. Her dark eyes held Jennifer's. Or where they're meant to be. Where they're meant to be. The words settled like a weight. Jennifer's throat tightened. I just need to get home. When the storm passes. Agnes murmured. When it passes. Silence again. The needle moved. Steady. Relentless. Jennifer sipped her tea. The bitterness lingered. The warmth dragged at her. Her eyelids fluttered. The firelight blurred. Agnes's voice came softly, like dry leaves rustling. Rest your eyes, child. You're safe now. Warm. Dry. Rest. A lullaby. Jennifer's head nodded forward. The mug grew heavy. She fought it, had to stay awake, but the warmth was smothering. The ticking clock, the crackling fire, the scratch, scratch, scratch of Agnes's needle, a metronome for sleep. Her last conscious thought was that the tea had tasted faintly of earth, and something floral, something she almost recognized. Then the firelight dimmed, the sounds blurred, and the cottage pulled her under. Sleep didn't come gently. It dragged Jennifer under like a stone sinking into black water, thick and suffocating, laced with the bitter aftertaste of tea and the cloying scent of dried herbs. The warmth of the fire, the rhythmic scratch of Agnes's needle, the steady ticking of the clock, all dissolved into a muffled hum. Vague, unsettling images flickered behind her eyelids. The silent watcher by the marsh, its pale hand raised. The bus driver's rigid profile. Agnes's dark eyes reflecting not firelight, but something cold and depthless. Then nothing. Awareness returned slowly, seeping in like poison. First came the cold, a deep, penetrating chill that radiated from beneath her, leaching into her bones. It was different from the storm's bite. This was damp, stagnant, smelling of earth and something thicker. Something metallic, rotten. She tried to move, to pull the cardigan tighter, but her limbs wouldn't obey. They were heavy.
Trapped.
Panic rose, slow and syrupy at first, then sharpening. She forced her eyes open.
Darkness.
Not the dim glow of the cottage. This was absolute, suffocating black. A blindness, so complete it pressed against her eyeballs. She tried to gasp, but her throat felt thick, clogged. Where was the fire? The rocking chair? Agnes? She tried to lift her hand. A sharp, biting pressure stopped her wrist after barely an inch. She yanked instinctively. The restraint bit deeper. Not rope, metal, a cuff. She pulled her other wrist. The same.
Kicked out.
Her ankles were bound too, held fast against a cold, unyielding surface beneath her. She was trapped. The realization cut through the drugged haze like a blade. She thrashed wildly, heedless of the pain as the restraints dug into her skin. The cuffs scraped against stone. Her body strained against the bonds. A raw, guttural cry tore from her throat, echoing strangely in the enclosed space, thin, weak, swallowed by the dark. Silence answered. Then, a new sound, not her own. From somewhere beyond her prison, a low, guttural moan, drawn out, despairing, human, or what was left of human. It cut off abruptly, choked into silence. Jennifer froze, breath catching in a ragged sob. She wasn't alone. Another sound, dripping water,
Slow.
relentless,
Close by.
maddening. She strained her senses. The air was thick with dust and decay, the smell overpowering. Damp stone, mold, the coppery tang of old blood, and beneath it, something worse.
Rot.
Something was rotting nearby. Her eyes adjusted, agonizingly slow. Shapes emerged from the blackness, not from light, but from a faint, grayish luminescence seeping from the stone itself, barely enough to outline the horror around her. She was on a low stone platform, an altar, a table. Her wrists and ankles were shackled with thick iron cuffs chained to rings set into the stone. Above her, a vaulted ceiling dripped moisture. She turned her head as far as the iron collar allowed. The walls were slick with damp, and on them, hooks, large, rusted iron hooks, driven deep into the stone. Some were empty, stained dark beneath. Others held things, irregular shapes, limp, leathery. One had fingers, another a hollow where an eye should have been.
Again.
The realization hit her like a fist. Hanging human skin. Agnes's words echoed. You'll be my finest skin yet. Not a metaphor, a promise. A choked sob escaped her. The moan came again, distant.
Weak.
Followed by a frantic scrabbling, claws on stone, then silence. This was the cottage's heart, a charnel house, a tannery of the damned. The warmth upstairs had been bait, and she had walked right in. Despair threatened to drown her. Then, a new sound. Footsteps, heavy, slow, deliberate, scraping, dragging, accompanied by the clink of chains. Something was coming, something large, something that moved with terrible weight. Jennifer held her breath, body rigid. The footsteps paused outside a heavy wooden door she hadn't noticed before, thick, banded with iron. A bolt screeched as it was drawn back. The door groaned open, revealing a sliver of dim light from a corridor beyond. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, massive, hulking, bent under the low ceiling. Chains hung from its limbs, dragging on stone. It breathed, a wet, rattling inhale. Its head turned slowly. She felt its gaze sweep the room, over the hooks, over the skins, finally landing on her. A low, rumbling sound vibrated in its chest. Satisfaction. It moved deeper into the room, chains clanking, stopping near a far wall where tools glinted on a stained workbench. A blade, long, heavy. It picked it up and began to sharpen it. The sound was excruciating. Metal on stone. Preparation. Jennifer squeezed her eyes shut, but the image burned behind her lids. The hulking shape, the gleam of the blade, the rhythmic scrape echoing Agnes's knitting needles. A horrifying parallel. Agnes prepared her threads. This thing prepared its tools. The sharpening stopped. The footsteps turned back, paused at the threshold. Its gaze settled on her once more. Then it left. The door shut. The bolt slammed home. Jennifer was alone again, but the terror was worse. The sound of the blade still rang in her ears. The hanging skins seemed to stir, whispering secrets of agony. The dripping water continued. A countdown. She had crossed the threshold, not just into the cottage, into the nightmare's true heart. And the only way out was through flensing knives and the silence of the hooks. The warmth of the fire upstairs was a distant memory. The storm still raged, but its fury was nothing compared to the horror below. Her skin prickled, waiting for the first cold touch of the blade. The echo of the blade being sharpened still pulsed through Jennifer's bones long after the heavy door had shut. It mingled with the relentless, dripping water, a discordant rhythm of dread. She lay rigid on the cold stone slab, the iron collar cutting into her throat, the shackles grinding against her raw wrists with every panicked tremor. The dim, sourceless light revealed only monstrous outlines. The sweating ceiling, the slick walls, the rusted hooks, and the terrible shapes hanging from them. Human skin. The knowledge was poison in her veins, colder than the stone beneath her. Agnes's words upstairs, "You'll be my finest skin yet," were no longer metaphor, but promise. The hulking thing with the blade would return. For her, panic threatened to unravel her. She thrashed against the restraints, a silent scream tearing at her throat, producing only a choked gasp. The chains rattled, loud in the dripping silence, but held fast. Each movement sent fresh waves of agony through her bruised limbs. Exhaustion, deeper than any she'd known, overwhelmed her, leaving her trembling and spent. A moan drifted through the stone labyrinth, fainter now, more despair. It was answered by a weak, wet cough, closer this time. Then, silence heavier than before. These weren't just sounds of suffering. They were signposts on the road she was now forced to walk. Think, observe, survive. She forced her breathing to slow, inhaling the stench of decay and iron. She studied her prison. The slab beneath her was ancient stone, its surface uneven and stained a permanent brown-black in patches. Old blood, centuries of it. The scratchy fabric beneath her was stiff with grime. The chains were thick, crude iron, cold enough to burn. The cuffs unforgiving. She tilted her head, straining to see the walls. The hooks weren't uniform. Some were simple curves of rusted iron. Others had barbed tips. Beneath each occupied hook, dark stains wept down the damp stone. The shapes hanging, she forced herself to look. One was large, torso-shaped, the skin gray and stretched taut, the places where limbs had been crudely stitched closed. Another was smaller, paler, almost translucent, a deflated sack with a suggestion of a face slack and eyeless. A child's? Bile rose, acrid and burning. Movement. Faint. High on the opposite wall. Not a hook. Something else. A dark patch shifted, unfurled slightly. A wing? Leathery, ragged. Then it settled back into the gloom. A bat? Or something worse that dwelled in this charnel pit. The air felt thick with unseen watchers. The dripping seemed to quicken. Or was it her pulse hammering in her ears? She tracked the sound to its source, a glistening stalactite formation, dripping rusty water into a smooth depression in the floor. The water gathered there, reflecting the dim light like a diseased eye. Time had lost meaning. The drugged sleep upstairs felt like another lifetime. The warmth of the fire, the bitter tea, all a cruel joke. Agnes's face flickered in her mind. Not the cellar's sharp-boned predator, but the stoic old woman offering dry clothes. The duality was monstrous. The cottage wasn't a sanctuary. It was a snare. A new sound cut through the dripping. Footsteps, lighter this time. Familiar. Agnes. Jennifer froze. Terror, sharp and icy, washed over her. The preparation was over. The hulking thing had sharpened the blade. Now Agnes had come to begin. The bolt scraped open. The door groaned inward. Weak candlelight spilled into the chamber. Agnes stood framed in the doorway, holding a stubby tallow candle. The flame guttered, casting leaping shadows that made the hanging skin seem to writhe. She looked different. The frailty was gone. She stood straighter, her movements deliberate. Her face, lit from below, was a mask of serene focus. The wrinkles were canyons of shadow, her dark eyes reflecting the flame like chips of obsidian. No kindness, no pity, only chilling detachment. She wore a stained leather apron. In her other hand, a small wooden box. She stepped inside, the candlelight pushing back shadows near the door, but deepening them elsewhere. Her gaze swept the chamber, lingering on the hanging skins with something like appraisal. Then it settled on Jennifer. Awake, then, Agnes said, her voice dry, inflectionless. Not a question, an observation. She placed the candle on a rough shelf. The flickering light danced on her apron, revealing dark, ingrained stains.
Blood. Jennifer tried to speak.
Only a whimper escaped. Agnes ignored it. She approached the slab, her footsteps unnervingly loud on the stone. She stopped beside Jennifer, looking down. The candlelight hollowed her cheeks, made her eyes fathomless pits. The scent of herbs was gone, replaced by tallow smoke and something sharp, chemical from the box. Fighting the restraints is foolish, Agnes said calmly. She set the box on the slab's edge and opened it. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay an array of tools. Not the hulking thing's cleaver, but smaller, precise instruments. Slim blades, curved needles, sharp hooks, skinning tools. Jennifer whimpered, squeezing her eyes shut. "Open your eyes, child," Agnes commanded, her voice calm but unyielding. "Look at me." Jennifer shook her head faintly. A cold, bony finger touched her cheek. Jennifer flinched. The touch was clinical, like a doctor's examination. Agnes traced her jaw, then her neck, stopping at her hammering pulse. "Good," Agnes murmured, strong. She lifted her finger. "Open your eyes." The command brooked no refusal. Jennifer obeyed, her vision blurred by tears. Agnes's gaze held no cruelty, no glee, only terrifying focus. The look of a craftsman assessing material. "You have fine skin, Jennifer," Agnes stated, matter of fact.
Young.
Supple. It will take the dye beautifully. Her eyes swept over Jennifer's throat. A rare canvas. The clinical appraisal was worse than any threat. Jennifer felt like livestock. "He, please," she rasped. "Don't let me go." Agnes tilted her head, faintly puzzled, as if Jennifer had spoken in another language. "Let you go," she repeated slowly. "Child, you were brought here. You crossed the threshold. You are exactly where you need to be." She picked up a slender blade, holding it to the light. The edge gleamed. "The tapestry requires thread. Your thread." She leaned closer, the chemical smell sharpening. "Now," she whispered, the word carrying perfectly in the silence. "Be still." The first cut is always the deepest shock. Struggle makes it messy. Her dark eyes locked onto Jennifer's. "And waste is a sin." The cold metal touched Jennifer's collarbone. A promise of agony. Jennifer's breath hitched in a silent scream, her body straining against the iron with the last of her strength. The cellar walls seemed to close in. The hanging skins rustled. The only sounds were the dripping water, the hammering of her heart, and the whisper of the blade as Agnes began her work. Sanctuary was a cruel dream. The snare had sprung. The butchering had begun. The blade's cold touch on Jennifer's collarbone burned like a brand. A silent scream locked in her throat as her body arched against the iron restraints. One final, useless rebellion. The chains shrieked against stone but held firm. Agnes didn't flinch. Her hand remained steady, the bone-handled knife unwavering. Her dark eyes, reflecting the guttering candlelight, observed Jennifer's panic with detached curiosity, a scientist noting a specimen's reaction. "Hush now," Agnes murmured, her voice dry as old paper. The shock passes. Breathe. Breathe?
Impossible.
The knife pressed deeper, its icy promise cutting through the chemical reek of alcohol and formalin. The stained leather apron blocked what little light remained, swallowing Jennifer's world into shadow. Then pressure. Not a slash.
Not a stab.
A surgeon's precision. The point pierced just below her collarbone. White fire erupted along the incision. Clean, bright agony. Jennifer gasped, eyes flying open to meet Agnes's impassive face. A disapproving click of the tongue. "Still," Agnes commanded. Movement mars the line. Slowly, inexorably, the blade drew sideways. Jennifer felt her skin separate, not torn, but carefully parted. Blood welled in its wake, a dark rivulet soaking into the flannel nightgown. The metallic tang joined the cellar's rot. Jennifer's whimper sounded alien to her own ears. Tears blurred her vision, yet she couldn't look away from Agnes's hands, those gnarled fingers working with methodical care. A folded linen pressed against the wound, not to staunch the flow, but to blot it. To keep the canvas clean. "Clean lines are paramount," Agnes remarked conversationally, wiping the blade on clean linen. "My grandmother taught me, jagged cuts weaken the hide." She examined the bloodied edge. Waste is a sin against the craft. The knife repositioned. Another piercing kiss. Another slow, excruciating drop. Jennifer's shuddering breaths came in ragged gasps, each inhale fanning the fire in her chest. The dripping water from the ceiling seemed to count the rhythm of her torment. Agnes paused, tilting her head to admire her work. Twin lines of parted skin glistened dark brown. "You see?" She traced the wounds with her blade tip, following the natural contour. "This will peel beautifully."
Peel.
The words shattered Jennifer's remaining composure. A moan escaped her, echoed by something deeper in the cellar. Agnes ignored it, selecting a new tool, a curved hook, needle sharp. Now, the elevation, the delicate part. The hook slid beneath the incised skin. Pressure, a sickening lift. Not the sharpness of the blade, but something worse. An intimate violation as Agnes separated skin from flesh with meticulous care. "The fascia must remain intact," Agnes murmured, more to herself than to Jennifer. "The hide needs underlying strength, but the separation, there." A satisfied sigh as a flap of Jennifer's skin lifted free. Like fine silk from the bolt, Jennifer squeezed her eyes shut. Tears carved paths through grime and sweat. The hook's movement was unbearable. Not just pain, but the profound horror of feeling her own body being dismantled. Memories surfaced like lifelines. Her office printer's sterile hum, stale coffee on her tongue, Todd's leering grin. Anything to escape the cellar's reek of blood and Agnes's clinical muttering. "Yes, good tension here." Agnes dabbed at the exposed tissue, raw, glistening pink. Resilient, young tissue holds well. Not like the last one. Brittle, tore like paper. Wasteful. The last one. Jennifer's mind recoiled. The child-sized sack of skin on the wall. A sob racked her body, making the hook tug painfully. Still, Agnes snapped, irritation flashing across her normally placid face. The hook paused. "Do you wish to be marred?" Rendered unfit. Unfit. The word carried terrifying implications. Jennifer forced absolute stillness, biting her lip until copper flooded her mouth. A tiny, controlled pain to anchor against the greater horror. Agnes resumed her work. Cold air kissed exposed tissue as more skin lifted away. Jennifer's body betrayed her with perfect clarity. She could feel the inside of herself being laid bare. The tapestry, Agnes continued calmly, as if discussing the weather. It hung in Blackstone Manor's Great Hall, centuries old, depicting the family's lineage, their triumphs, their sacrifices. Another precise incision, woven with gold, silver, silk, and rarer things. Jennifer's pain-fogged mind struggled to follow. Tapestry? Sacrifices? Time and neglect freighted, Agnes said, the hook sliding with wet precision. An insult to the legacy I uphold. She set the hook down, selecting a small glass bottle. Its viscous contents stung Jennifer's nostrils when uncorked. Agnes dabbed the liquid onto exposed flesh, fire ants crawling beneath Jennifer's skin. She arched with a strangled gasp. A preservative, Agnes explained, watching the reaction with clinical interest. My own formulation ensures suppleness.
Prouvant corruption.
She recorked the bottle. The tapestry must be restored. It requires new thread imbued with vitality, with essence. Her eyes met Jennifer's, no longer detached, but burning with fanatic zeal. Your thread, child.
Young.
Strong. Untainted. It will be my masterpiece. The hook returned. Jennifer's consciousness frayed at the edges. Candlelight swam. Agnes's voice echoed from far away. Almost there, the collarbone anchor point. A final, brutal tug. White agony. Darkness rushed in. The last thing Jennifer saw wasn't her own flayed flesh or the cellar's horrors, but the look in Agnes's eyes as she examined her work. Profound, chilling satisfaction. An artisan admiring the perfect start to her creation. Then nothing. Only the patient drip of water marking time until the work resumed. Consciousness returned not to the searing agony of the blade or hook, but to a suffocating, muffled distance. Jennifer floated in a gray haze, disconnected from the stone slab, the biting restraints, the violated flesh of her chest. The pain was there, a deep, throbbing burn, a raw, exposed ache, but it felt secondary, dulled, wrapped in layers of thick, damp cotton wool. She heard Agnes's voice, the dry rasp, but the words swam, indistinct, like sounds heard underwater. Required dedication, you understand. An unbroken line, from mother to daughter, a sacred trust. The voice cut through the fog, insistent. Jennifer forced her eyelids open. The cellar's dim gray light swam into focus, stinging her tear-crusted eyes. Agnes sat on a low stool beside the slab, no longer wielding tools. The small wooden box was closed. The candle flickered low, casting long, dancing shadows that made the hanging skin seem to breathe. Agnes was mending again. Not a sock this time. A piece of dark, supple leather. Her bone needle moved with practiced ease, the rhythmic motion a grotesque counterpoint to her words. Jennifer's gaze drifted downwards. Her chest was covered, not by the flannel nightgown that was pushed down to her waist, but by a large, cleanish piece of linen, firmly bound in place with cloth strips. Pressure, absorbing, concealing. Beneath it, the fire of the incisions and the deep, violating ache pulsed with every shallow breath she took. She felt packed, prepared, like meat readied for storage. The horror was immense, but shock and whatever residual drug lingered in her system kept it at bay, a cold, heavy stone in her gut rather than a consuming flame. My grandmother, Eleanor, Agnes continued, her eyes fixed on her stitching, her voice taking on a distant, almost reverent tone. She learned from her mother, Isabel, back when Blackstone Manor still stood proud, before the fire, before the neglect. She spat the last word. The tapestry was their life's work, their devotion. Jennifer remained silent, her throat raw and swollen. Speaking felt impossible, unwise. Listening felt like a different kind of violation, but it was a distraction from the pain, from the terrifying reality of her bound body on the stone altar. Agnes's words wove a web, drawing her in, however unwillingly. Isabel, she was the last to see it whole, glorious. Agnes paused her stitching, her gaze lifting to the damp ceiling, seeing something far beyond the cellar stones. Threads of gold spun so fine they caught the light like captured sunshine. Silver threads for the moonlit scenes. Silks dyed with berries and roots and rarer pigments. Her voice dropped lower. And the other threads, the strong ones, the ones that held the story's weight, its truth. Jennifer's mind, sluggish but grasping, connected the dots. The other threads.
Skin.
Human skin. Prepared, tanned, cut into strips for weaving. Her own flesh, currently bound and aching, was destined to become one of those strong threads. The nausea surged, thick and sour, but she swallowed convulsively, afraid any movement might draw Agnes's focused attention back to her body. The scenes, Agnes resumed stitching. Grand battles, hunts,
Feasts.
the granting of the Blackwood lands by the crown, and the sacrifices. She said the word matter-of-factly. Crucial, they were, binding the family's fortune to the land, to the old ways. Isabel wove them with threads of particular potency. Sacrifice demands recognition, demands integration. Integration. Jennifer shuddered. The sacrifices weren't just depicted. Their essence, their very skin, was woven into the tapestry. Agnes spoke of it with the solemnity of a sacred ritual. The detached horror deepened. This wasn't just murder, it was a perverse sacrament. Then came the fire. Agnes's voice hardened, the needle stabbing the leather with more force. Not an accident. Jealousy. Small minds fearing the power, the legacy. The manor burned. Much was lost. The tapestry damaged. Scorched. Sections lost entirely. She shook her head slowly. A deep sorrow etched onto her face that seemed utterly genuine, yet profoundly twisted. A desecration. She looked down at Jennifer, her dark eyes intense. Eleanor saved what she could, hid the remnants, taught me the craft. Not just the weaving, the entire craft. She emphasized the word, her gaze dropping pointedly to Jennifer's linen-bound chest. The gathering, the preparation, the honoring of the material, the weaving of the essence back into the story. Jennifer understood. Gathering meant hunting. Preparation meant what Agnes had just begun on her. Honoring was a sick joke. The tapestry wasn't just being restored, it was being fed, renewed with fresh essence, fresh victims. It's my burden now, Agnes continued, her voice softening again, resuming her meticulous stitching. The last keeper, the last weaver, who understands the true art, the old ways, the necessary ways. She sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering on stone. The world forgets. It turns to cheap imitations, synthetics. But the power, the true connection, it lies in the essence, in the sacrifice. She fell silent for a moment. The only sounds the whisper of a needle and Jennifer's own shallow, pained breathing. The candle guttered, plunging part of the room into deeper shadow. The hanging skins seemed to loom closer. Your thread, Agnes murmured, her eyes returning to Jennifer, tracing the outline of the linen binding. It will restore the scene of the Stag King's offering, a pivotal moment, the granting of the fertile valleys. A ghost of something resembling pride touched her lips. The Stag King demanded a sacrifice of pure vitality, untamed spirit. Your spirit, child, before the city wore it down, it has that spark. It will hold the dye of the forest depths beautifully, a deep, enduring green. Jennifer stared, horrified fascination locking her gaze to Agnes's face. The old woman spoke of her life, her spirit, her imminent death and flaying, with the dispassionate appraisal of an artist selecting the perfect pigment. Her spark was merely a desirable property for the thread made from her skin. The sheer, monstrous normality with which Agnes discussed it was more terrifying than any scream or threat. Others, Agnes gestured vaguely towards the walls with her needle. They served their purpose. The merchant's skin, thick, durable, tanned to a rich brown. It mended the borders, the castle walls. The hiker's, tougher, weathered, it became the rugged mountains. The girl's, Agnes's voice faltered for the first time. A flicker of something, regret, frustration, crossing her face. Too fine, too delicate. It tore near the completion of the Moon Maiden's gown. Wasteful. She shook her head. A lesson learned. Youth alone isn't enough. Resilience is key. The girl, the smaller skin. Jennifer remembered the eyeless hollows, the Moon Maiden's gown. Val burned her throat again. Agnes had tried to weave a child's skin into a dress in her monstrous tapestry. The grotesque imagery threatened to shatter Jennifer's tenuous hold on dissociation. But you, Agnes's focus sharpened back on Jennifer, that unsettling gleam returning to her dark eyes. You have both, youth and resilience. I saw it in the woods, fighting the cold, pushing forward, and here, enduring. Her gaze dropped to the linen binding. The initial separation was promising. Minimal trauma to the hide. Not skin. The final dehumanizing word. Jennifer felt the fragile barrier of shock begin to crack. The reality of her situation, bound, partially flayed, discussed like livestock, destined to be woven into a madwoman's tapestry, surged forward, a black wave threatening to drown her. A low moan escaped her lips, unbidden. Agnes paused her stitching. She looked at Jennifer, not with anger, but with a mild, reproachful curiosity. Pain, she asked, tilting her head. The binding should numb it somewhat. The salve beneath has curative properties and mild sedative. She nodded towards the linen. Rest is crucial now. The material needs to settle, to accept its new purpose before the final preparation and weaving. She stood up, placing the half-mended leather and needle carefully back into her apron pocket. She picked up the guttering candle. "Sleep, child," she instructed, her voice devoid of warmth, but carrying an odd weight of command. Agnes's departure plunged the cellar back into its dripping, suffocating silence. The heavy thud of the door and the grating slide of the bolt felt like the ceiling of a tomb. Jennifer lay rigid on the stone slab, the linen binding tight across her chest, a constricting band over the deep, throbbing ache beneath. Agnes's words echoed, a mad liturgy in the damp air. Sacred trust. Stag king. Essence. Hide. The shock that had dulled the edges was fraying. The salve beneath the binding Agnes mentioned wasn't numbing. It was a different kind of torment. It burned with a cold, insistent fire that seemed to seep into the violated layers of her flesh, mingling with the deeper pain of the incision and the profound wrongness of the lifted skin. It felt alive, corrosive, like something working its way deeper. Mild sedative, it felt like poison. A wave of dizziness washed over her, making the dim gray light swim, and the hanging skins on the walls seemed to sway. Her eyelids fluttered, heavy as stone. Sleep, child. Agnes's command felt like a physical weight pressing down. But sleep here, in this charnel house, surrendering to oblivion while her body was prepared? The terror was a potent counteragent to whatever drug laced the salve. She fought the pull, forcing her eyes open, focusing on the slick stone ceiling, the slow drip of water marking time like a death knell. Silence. Then not silence. At first, she dismissed it as the wind, high above ground, somehow filtering down through ancient cracks. A low, mournful whistle. But it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It seemed to come from the wall behind her head. She strained her ears, every nerve taut. There. Again. Not wind. A voice. Muffled. Distorted by stone and distance. Indistinct words, but the tone despairing. Hopeless. It faded. Only the drip remained. Then, from a different direction, perhaps the wall near the workbench, another sound. A soft, wet cough. Closer. Weak. Followed by a faint, rhythmic scrape. Like fingernails, impossibly slow and weak, dragging across stone. Jennifer froze, breath catching in her raw throat. She wasn't alone. Not just the skins, not just the hulking thing. Others. Living? Dying? Trapped like her? The scraping stopped. A sigh, so faint it might have been her imagination. A whisper. A single, blurred word. Help. The sound, fragile and broken, pierced Jennifer's terror like an ice pick. It wasn't a ghost. It was human, suffering, close. A spark, tiny and desperate, ignited in the frozen wasteland of her fear. Someone else, alive. The implications were horrifying. Others had been brought here, prepared, perhaps partially flayed like her, but the sheer, primal need for connection, for shared horror, overwhelmed them. She tried to turn her head towards the sound, but the iron collar bit cruelly into her throat, restricting movement. She strained, listening. Silence. Then, from the wall near the door, another voice. Different. Higher. Younger? A broken sob, choked off abruptly, as if a hand had been clamped over a mouth. Tears welled in Jennifer's eyes, hot and stinging. They were here. Others. Trapped in stone. Agnes's material awaiting its turn on the loom. The cellar wasn't just a slaughterhouse. It was a warehouse of agony. The whisper came again, from the first wall. Cold, so cold. Jennifer swallowed against the pain in her throat. She had to respond. Had to let them know they weren't alone. Had to do something, even if it was just a shared whimper in the dark. She opened her mouth, but only a dry, rasping croak emerged. She tried again, forcing air past the constriction. Ashelu? The word was barely audible, a ghost of sound swallowed instantly by the dripping silence. She strained, listening. Had they heard? Were they too weak? Too afraid? She gathered every ounce of strength, ignoring the fire in her chest. Is someone there? Louder this time. A desperate plea thrown into the void. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing. Then, from the wall near the workbench, the scraping resumed. Faster now. More urgent. And a voice clearer, rasping with effort. Here, please, here. Hope, fragile and terrifying, flared. It was real. Not hallucinations. Not the wind. Real people. Trapped. Suffering. But alive. My name is Jennifer, she whispered, louder now, tears streaming freely. I'm tied down, on a stone slab, near the door. A gasp came from the direction of the younger-sounding sob. Slab? Oh God, no, not you too. The voice dissolved into muffled weeping. Who are you? Jennifer asked, her voice trembling. How many are you? The scraping stopped. The voice from the workbench wall answered. Weary, broken. Tom Riley. Hiker. Been here days? Weeks? Don't know. A wet cough racked the unseen speaker. Just me and the girl. Sarah in the next cell. Sarah. The younger voice. Jennifer remembered Agnes's words. The girl's too fine. Too delicate. It tore. Wasteful. Had Sarah been deemed unfit? Left to rot in a cell? Or was she next? Sarah? Jennifer called softly towards the sobbing wall. Sarah, can you hear me? A whimper. Then faintly. Yes. Are you hurt? Are you bound? A pause. Then Sarah's voice, thick with tears and terror. Chained to the wall, cold, she took my arm days ago. Jennifer's blood ran cold. Took my arm. Not just skin. Limbs. Agnes harvested more than just hide. The tapestry required different textures, different threads. The monstrous scope of Agnes's craft expanded, becoming even more horrifying. We have to get out, Jennifer whispered urgently, the words tripping over themselves. We have to try, together. When she comes back, Tom's voice cut in, harsh with despair. How? Chains thick stone walls. She's strong, that thing with her, he trailed off, another cough shaking him. Tried before, the thing it punished. The memory of the hulking shadow, the clank of chains, the gleam of the blade, flooded Jennifer. Punishment. What form did that take? Playing while still conscious? Removal of another limb? There must be a way, Jennifer insisted, desperation lending her strength. When she opens the door, if we make noise, distract her. She doesn't come often, Sarah whimpered. Just to bring water sometimes when she remembers, her voice broke. It hurts so much. The spark of hope flickered dangerously. Trapped, chained, maimed, starved. dehydrated. What chance did they have? The reality was crushing. Yet, the mere connection, the shared voices in the dark, was a lifeline against the suffocating horror. "We have to try," Jennifer repeated, more to herself than them. "Next time, when she comes, we scream. Together, we fight." A sound like a dry sob came from Tom. Okay, next time." Sarah just whimpered again. They lapsed into silence, not the crushing silence of before, but a tense, listening quiet, punctuated by the drip, Tom's wet breathing, and Sarah's occasional sniffles. Jennifer focused on the sounds, clinging to the proof of other life. She mapped the cellar in her mind based on the voices. Tom near the workbench wall, Sarah opposite, perhaps on the wall adjacent to the corridor. Her own slab near the door. The hanging skins everywhere. Time lost meaning again, measured only by the drip and the ragged breaths of her unseen companions. The burning salve continued its work, a constant, low-level torment. The dizziness intensified. Agnes's mild sedative was winning. Her eyelids grew heavier. She fought it, terrified of sleep, of dreams, of missing Agnes's return. Then footsteps, slow, shuffling, approaching the door. Agnes. Panic jolted through Jennifer, sharp and electric. "She's coming," she hissed into the gloom.
Now.
"Get ready." A sharp intake of breath from Sarah's direction. A low groan from Tom. The scrape of chains as he presumably braced himself. The bolt screeched. The door groaned open. Agnes stood silhouetted in the doorway, holding her candle. The light spilled in, harsh after the dimness, illuminating the hanging skins in stark, terrible relief. Her dark eyes swept the room, then settled instantly, unerringly, on Jennifer. "Talking to the stones, child?" Agnes asked, her dry rasp cutting through the tense silence. The heavy silence after Agnes left was worse than before. The drip from the ceiling was a lone, maddening metronome in the void. Jennifer strained her ears, every nerve raw, listening for any sign of Tom or Sarah. A rustle, a sigh, a scrape on stone. Nothing. Only the drip and the frantic drumming of her own heart against the constricting linen binding. Auditory phantoms. Echoes of past material. Disregard them. Agnes's words slithered through her mind, cold and insidious. Had she imagined the voices? Conjured companions from the sheer, desperate need to not be alone in this stone hell? The possibility was its own kind of torture. The fragile connection, the spark of shared defiance she'd felt moments ago, now felt like a cruel illusion spun by the drug in Agnes's cell or the depths of her own unraveling sanity. The burning sensation beneath the binding intensified. It wasn't just pain, it was a deep, invasive presence. The salve felt alive, seeping deeper, working its way into the violated layers of her flesh, carrying its sedative poison into her bloodstream. A wave of dizziness washed over her, stronger this time, making the dim gray light pulse and the hanging skins sway like grotesque pendulums. Her eyelids felt like lead weights, dragging downwards despite her terror.
No.
Stay awake. You have to stay awake. Agnes wanted her asleep. Compliant. Settling. The word echoed with horrifying implications. What happened to her essence while she slept? Did the violation become easier to accept? Did the separation between Jennifer and the hide Agnes coveted blur? She fought the pull, focusing on the cold bite of the iron collar against her throat, the rough texture of the stone slab beneath her back, the damp, rotten smell of the cellar air. Anything to anchor herself to the horrifying reality. She tried to move her fingers, trapped within the shackles, just to feel the resistance, the proof she was still present, still fighting. But the salve was winning. The burning seemed to spread, not outwards, but inwards, towards her core. A strange lethargy crept through her limbs, heavy and warm despite the cellar's chill. It wasn't peace. It was a suffocating blanket smothering her panic, her terror, her very will. Her thoughts began to drift, untethered. The flickering shadows on the ceiling coalesced into shapes. Not the hanging skins, but familiar scenes, warped and nightmarish. She saw the sterile glow of her office computer screen, the numbers on the Henderson account spreadsheet bleeding like ink, morphing into the dark stains on the cellar wall. Todd from sales leaned over her cubicle, his leering face melting into Agnes's sharp-boned visage, his hand reaching not for her neckline, but holding a gleaming bone-handled blade. The bus windows, streaming with rain, reflected not the city lights, but the hollow eye sockets of the flayed skins hanging around her. She saw the old woman on the bus, Agnes, her knitting needles clicking not with yarn, but with thin, pale strips of something that glistened wetly in the dim light.
Again.
Her skin. Agnes held it up, examining it critically against the firelight upstairs, nodding with that same chilling satisfaction. The Stag King's offering. The phrase surfaced from the murk, the scene Agnes wanted to restore. Jennifer saw it then, not as a tapestry, but as a visceral nightmare, a shadowy figure, antlered and immense, standing in a moonlit forest clearing. At its feet lay not a slain animal, but a young woman, bound on a stone slab identical to hers. Figures moved around the edges, hooded and indistinct, wielding blades that caught the moonlight. One leaned over the prone figure, beginning the same careful, horizontal incision below the collarbone. Jennifer felt the blade, cold and sharp, piercing her own skin in the vision. She tried to scream, but the figure turned its head. It was her own face, pale and terrified, eyes wide with the same dawning horror she felt now, staring back at her from the sacrificial stone. The vision shattered like glass. Jennifer gasped, a ragged sound that scraped her raw throat. Cold sweat slicked her skin beneath the flannel and binding. The cellar swam back into focus. The gray light, the sweating walls, the terrible shapes on the hooks. The pain in her chest was a deep, insistent throb, a constant reminder of the violation. But the vision had done its work. Agnes's story wasn't just history, it was prophecy. She was the offering. Her youth, her spark, her very skin, was destined for the Stag King's scene. The tapestry wasn't just being repaired, it was being fed with living essence, woven with agony and sacrifice. Her resistance, her terror, was probably part of the desired vitality. The realization was a despair so profound it felt like falling into an endless pit. The lethargy surged back, stronger, more insistent. It felt like warm water rising around her, pulling her down. Her eyelids fluttered shut. She fought to open them, but it was a Herculean effort. The darkness behind her lids was preferable to the cellar, but it was a treacherous darkness, filled with the echoes of Agnes's calm voice and the phantom scrape of the blade. Sleep, child. The material needs its rest. The command echoed, not just from memory, but seeming to vibrate from the stone itself, from the air thick with the scent of her own blood and the preservative chemicals. It felt inevitable, inescapable. Another sound teased the edge of her fading consciousness. Not from the walls this time. From within the binding. A faint, almost imperceptible hum? A vibration? Or was it just the frantic pulse of her own blood, magnified by the drug and terror? It seemed to synchronize with the drip from the ceiling, creating a dissonant, hypnotic rhythm. Essence concentrated, focused for the weaving. The words swirled in her mind, losing meaning, becoming abstract sounds. The burning sensation seemed to soften, morphing into a strange, pervasive warmth that spread from her chest outwards. It wasn't comforting, it was alien, invasive. It felt like the salve wasn't just preserving tissue, but actively working on her, preparing not just the skin but the spirit beneath it, breaking it down, making it pliable, ready for integration. The image of the tapestry surfaced in her mind. Not the grand hall of Blackstone Manor, but the section Agnes described, the Stag King's offering. She saw the rich, deep green dye Agnes coveted, swirling like forest shadows. And within that green, woven tight, was a thread that pulsed with a faint, trapped light. A thread that carried the echo of her scream, the memory of the blade's cold kiss, the crushing weight of despair. Her thread, the last vestiges of resistance crumbled. The warmth, the lethargy, the crushing weight of inevitability was too much. The cellar, the pain, The horror, it all began to recede, not into darkness, but into a thick, gray fog. The iron restraints, the stone slab, the dripping ceiling, their sensations blurred, becoming distant, unimportant. Even the terror dulled, muffled by the enveloping fog. She felt herself sinking, not into sleep, but into something deeper, more profound. A state of suspension. A place where Jennifer, the woman who missed the bus, who worked on spreadsheets, who feared Todd's advances, was dissolving. What remained was raw material.
Hide.
Essence.
10.
The final conscious thought that drifted through the fog before it swallowed her completely was not fear, not anger, but a chilling, detached observation. The green will be beautiful. Then nothing.
No dreams. No nightmares.
Only the silent, patient waiting of the stone cellar, the slow drip marking time, and the linen-bound form on the slab, still breathing, but emptied of everything except the potential for Agnes's masterpiece. The descent was complete. The material was resting. The loom stood ready. Consciousness returned not with light or sound, but with an assault on her nostrils.
Copper.
Thick, cloying, unmistakable. The scent of blood, her blood, dried and fresh, mingling with the damp linen pressed against her chest. It was the anchor, dragging her back from the thick, gray fog of oblivion. Beneath it, layered like a foul sediment, rot. The sweet sick stench of decay, ancient and fresh at the same time. Old blood ingrained in stone. Forgotten things moldering in corners. And something else, something sharper, chemical, cutting through the organic miasma the preservative salve Agnes had applied. It burned faintly even through the fog in her mind. A cold, alien counterpoint to the warmth of infection she could feel radiating from beneath the binding. Then the damp. Not the clean wetness of rain, but the heavy, suffocating humidity of deep earth. Stone sweating condensation. Mildew blooming unseen in cracks. The pervasive smell of a tomb.
Smell.
It was her first tether to reality. Before sight, before sound, before the crushing awareness of her body, the stench told her where she was. The cellar, Agnes's cellar, the stone slab, the hooks, the skins. Memory flooded back, cold and terrible. The blade's cold kiss, the searing incision, the violating lift of the hook, Agnes's calm, clinical voice discussing her as material, hide, thread. The Stag King's offering, the descent into the drugged fog where she'd thought, chillingly, the green will be beautiful. Panic, a familiar icy serpent, began to coil in her gut. She tried to gasp, but her throat was parched, raw, constricted by the iron collar. The sound was a dry rasp, swallowed instantly by the oppressive silence and the relentless drip, drip, drip from the ceiling corner. She recognized that sound now, a metronome of dread. She tried to move. Her limbs were leaden, unresponsive, bound by the cold iron cuffs. The familiar bite of the restraints confirmed it. She was still here.
Still bound.
Still on the altar. The fog wasn't completely gone. It lingered at the edges of her consciousness, a heavy, seductive blanket trying to pull her back under. Agnes's cell, its sedative properties still potent, warred with the sharp terror yanking her towards wakefulness. It made her thoughts sluggish, her perceptions blurred. Was the light grayer? Were the shadows deeper? Had time passed? Hours? A day? She focused on the pain. It was her compass, her proof of life. The deep, throbbing ache beneath the linen binding was constant, a base note of misery. But it had changed. The sharp, searing agony of the incision was muted, buried beneath a deeper, more pervasive burning. The preservative working, Agnes had said, ensuring suppleness, preventing corruption. The fire ant crawling sensation had intensified, spreading outwards from the violated area, a low-grade fever burning beneath her skin. Infection? Or the salve's corrosive magic? The area felt swollen, tight, hypersensitive beneath the pressure of the bindings. Every slight shift, every involuntary tremor sent fresh waves of nauseating discomfort radiating through her chest. She tried to lift her head, just an inch, to look down at herself. The iron collar choked the movement instantly, grinding against her windpipe. All she could see was the rough, stained linen covering her from collarbone to sternum, bound tightly with cloth strips. It was cleanish, she noted dully, replaced since Agnes's work. No fresh, dark blooms of blood soaked through.
Yet.
But the pressure, it felt like a crushing weight, amplifying the internal fire. A wave of dizziness washed over her, stronger than before. The gray light swam. The hanging skins on the walls seemed to ripple, their hollow shapes breathing in the gloom. She squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the vertigo, fighting the pull of the fog. Stay awake. You have to stay awake. Agnes wanted her asleep, compliant, settling into her role as raw material. She forced her eyes open again, fixing her gaze on the low, vaulted ceiling. The stones were slick, uneven, veined with dark mineral deposits, water-beaded, and traced slow paths down to join the central drip. She traced the paths with her eyes, a desperate attempt at focus, at anchoring herself to the present horror rather than slipping back into the void.
Tom. Sarah.
The names surfaced from the murk. Had they been real, or phantoms of the drug and despair? Agnes had dismissed them as echoes of past material, but the memory of Tom's rasping voice, Sarah's broken sobs, felt too immediate, too raw to be imaginary. The shared moment of defiance, however futile, had it happened? Were they still chained in their cells, suffering? Or had Agnes processed them while she slept? The thought sent a fresh jolt of terror through her. The scratch, scratch, scratch of Tom's fingernails. The whimper of Sarah's pain. If they were real, their silence now was ominous. Another wave of dizziness hit, accompanied by a wave of nausea so intense she gagged, the convulsion sending a stabbing pain through her chest. She tasted bile, acrid and sour, in her dry mouth. The chemical smell of the salve seemed to intensify, mixing nauseatingly with the copper, the rot, and her own sour breath. She lay still, panting shallowly, tears of pain and frustration welling in her eyes. The helplessness was crushing.
Bound.
Injured.
Drugged.
Trapped in this stinking, dripping tomb. Waiting for the artisan to return and continue her work. Waiting to become thread. The drip continued its patient rhythm. Drip, drip, drip. It counted down the moments until Agnes returned. Until the next cut. The next lift. The next step towards becoming part of the monstrous tapestry. The fog pressed closer, whispering promises of numbness, of escape from the pain and the terror. Sleep, it seemed to murmur in Agnes's voice. The material needs rest. The essence needs to settle. It was a siren song, terrifying in its allure. To surrender to the darkness, to let the salve and the shock finish their work, to become nothing but compliant hide. Jennifer gritted her teeth, the movement sending a fresh throb through her jaw. She focused on the pain in her chest, the burning, the ache, the pressure. She focused on the smell, the blood, the rot, the chemicals. Horrible, but real. Proof she was still Jennifer. Still fighting. Still alive. Not material. Not yet. She wouldn't sleep. She wouldn't settle. She would cling to the pain, to the stench, to the terrifying clarity of her situation, even as the cellar walls seemed to close in and the gray light dimmed at the edges of her vision. The descent into the fog had been a surrender. The awakening to smell was a brutal, necessary return. She was in hell, but she was present. And as long as she was present, there was a sliver of something that wasn't acceptance. It was thin, fragile, born of terror, but it was there. Hatred. For Agnes. For the stone. For the drip. For the monstrous tapestry that demanded her skin. She fed it, focusing every shred of her wavering consciousness on that cold, dark ember. It was the only weapon she had left in the suffocating dark, surrounded by the smell of her own blood and the silent, hanging skins. The smell was a cage. The pain was a constant, throbbing reminder. But the bindings, they were the cold, unyielding reality of her imprisonment. Jennifer shifted minutely, the smallest possible movement, testing the limits of her confinement. Every fraction of an inch screamed its resistance. Her wrists, thick, crude iron cuffs, pitted with rust that scraped like sandpaper against her raw skin. The metal was shockingly cold, leaching the feeble warmth from her flesh. They weren't smooth, rough edges, perhaps from clumsy forging or years of misuse, bitten to the delicate bones of her wrists whenever she strained. The chains anchoring them were short, brutally so. They allowed barely enough slack for her hands to lie flat, palms down, on the cold stone beside her hips. Lifting them more than an inch was impossible. Turning them, to pick at the restraints or even scratch the maddening itch that flared beneath the linen binding, was out of the question. They were anchors, pinning her upper body immobile. Her ankles fared no better. Similar cuffs, equally cold, equally unforgiving. The chains here were slightly longer, allowing perhaps 2 inches of vertical movement. Enough to flex her feet feebly, to press her heels down or point her toes in a pathetic mimicry of escape, but utterly useless for leverage. The stone slab offered no purchase, no edge to brace against. Her legs were spread slightly, held in place as effectively as her arms. The muscles in her calves and thighs screamed from the unnatural stillness and the cold. Then, the collar. It was the worst. A wide band of the same dark iron, lined with rough, unyielding leather on the inside that chafed against her throat. It was fastened tightly, not enough to choke her when she was still, but constricting enough to make swallowing a painful, conscious effort. It held her head firmly against the stone slab, allowing only the barest tilt to the left or right, enough to see the slick wall beside her, or the terrifying hooks opposite, but not enough to look down properly at her own body, or to crane her neck to see the door clearly. It forced her gaze upwards, towards the sweating ceiling and the relentless strip, or sideways into the chamber of horrors. It was a deliberate act of control, ensuring she witnessed her surroundings, her fate, without the ability to look away or hide. Jennifer focused on each point of contact, each bite of metal and leather, mapping her prison through touch. The iron wasn't just cold. It seemed to radiate a deeper chill, a numbing despair that seeped into her bones. The leather straps securing the linen binding across her chest weren't rope. They were thick, cured leather, buckled tight enough to compress her ribs slightly with each shallow breath. She could feel the knots, hard, complex things pressing against her side. Agnes hadn't used simple slip knots. These were knots meant to hold under strain, knots that wouldn't loosen accidentally. She tested them again, not with futile thrashing, but with subtle tension, flexing her wrists upwards against the cuffs, pushing her ankles down against their chains, arching her back slightly, trying to create slack. Nothing. The restraints held with the solid indifference of the stone itself. They weren't just strong, they were experienced. They had held others before her. They would hold her until Agnes decided otherwise. The realization was a fresh wave of despair. Escape wasn't just difficult. It felt geometrically impossible. She was a butterfly pinned to a board, wings spread, awaiting the collector's next move. Every point of contact reinforced her helplessness. The cold metal, the rough leather, the unyielding stone beneath her back, hip bones, and heels. Even the thin layer of burlap between her and the stone offered no comfort, just a gritty texture against her skin through the flannel nightgown. The dizziness surged again, warring with the terror and the pain. The feverish warmth radiating from her chest beneath the binding seemed to pulse in time with her frantic heartbeat. Her vision blurred at the edges. The hanging skin swayed in her peripheral vision, not with any breeze, but with the treacherous wobble of her own perception. She squeezed her eyes shut, then forced them open, anchoring herself to the physical sensations. Focus on the bindings, not the fog, not the fear, the bindings. She studied the chains where they met the stone rings. Heavy iron rings, bolted directly into the slab itself. No weakness there. The chains themselves were thick-linked, each link larger than her thumb joint, dark with age and damp. No rust weak enough to hope for a break. The cuffs, she tried to twist her wrist within the cuff, hoping for a gap, a sharp edge she could rub against. The inner surface was surprisingly smooth, worn by countless wrists before hers, but it fit snugly, too snugly. Her fingers brushed the inside of the cuff, cold, slightly greasy metal. No keyhole she could feel. The locking mechanism, if there was one, was hidden external, controlled by Agnes. The collar was a solid band. No hinge she could detect. It must have been placed around her neck while she was unconscious, then riveted or locked in place from behind. Out of reach, out of sight, a permanent, crushing weight. A sound shattered the oppressive quiet. Not the drip, not a distant moan. Heavy, dragging footsteps. And chains. Not the light, almost delicate chains that bound her, but thick, ponderous links scraping and clanking against stone. Slow, deliberate, getting closer down the corridor outside. The hulking thing, panic, sharper than the iron, lanced through her. Her breath hitched, sending a fresh stab of pain through her chest. She froze, every muscle locking, instinctively playing dead, playing compliant material. Her eyes darted towards the heavy door. The dragging, scraping steps stopped outside. Silence. Then, the bolt screeched as it was drawn back, the sound like nails tearing through the silence. The door groaned open, revealing the massive, distorted silhouette framed in the dimmer light of the corridor. It seemed to fill the doorway, stooping under the low ceiling. Chains hung from its limbs, thick as Jennifer's wrists, dragging on the floor. It stepped inside, the chains clanking heavily. The air seemed to thicken, carrying a new smell. Wet earth, stale sweat, and something else, something vaguely animal, musky and dense. It didn't look at her immediately. Its misshapen head, a shadowed lump on broad shoulders, turned slowly, surveying the room. Its gaze swept over the hooks, the hanging skins, the workbench with its terrifying tools, finally settling on her, bound on the slab. Jennifer held her breath. She could feel its gaze, heavy and incurious, like the weight of a stone. There was no malice in it, no hunger she could discern, just observation, assessment, like Agnes, but devoid of even the perverse artistry. It was pure function. It shuffled further into the room, its chains scraping loudly. It stopped near the far wall, its back to her, facing the large, stained workbench. It reached out a massive, shadowed hand, fingers thick and blunt, and picked something up. Not a blade this time. A large, stiff-bristled brush. And a bucket she hadn't noticed before, filled with a dark, sloshing liquid that smelled pungently of lye and something foul. It dipped the brush into the bucket, then began to scrub the stone floor near the workbench. Slow, methodical strokes, back and forth. It was cleaning, removing old stains, preparing the space. For what? For her next session? The mundane horror of it. This monstrous entity performing a domestic chore in a torture chamber was profoundly unsettling. Jennifer watched, paralyzed, as it worked. The brush scraped rhythmically. The chains clinked with each movement. It was utterly focused on its task, ignoring her completely. She was less than furniture. She was part of the environment, awaiting its turn in the process. It cleaned a patch of floor, splashed more liquid from the bucket, scrubbed again. The smell of lye grew stronger, mixing nauseatingly with the cellar's base stench and the chemical tang from her binding. It worked with a slow, unhurried efficiency that spoke of endless repetition. This was its role: cleaner, preparer, enforcer. After several minutes, it stopped. It straightened slightly, its chains clinking. It turned its head, not fully, but enough for Jennifer to see the profile. A jutting jaw, a heavy brow ridge, skin that looked thick and leathery, almost scaly in the dim light. It sniffed the air, a wet, guttural sound. Its gaze swept the room once more, lingering for a second on her linen-bound chest, then moved past her, towards the door. Without a word, without a glance back, it shuffled out. The door groaned shut behind it. The bolt screeched and thudded home. Jennifer lay trembling. The hulking thing's departure left a vacuum filled only by the dripping water and the pounding of Jennifer's heart. The smell of lye hung heavy, a chemical ghost overlaying the cellar's permanent stench. But Jennifer's focus, sharpened by terror and the desperate need to see, to understand, shifted from the bindings to the walls themselves. The collar allowed only a limited arc of vision, forcing her to study her prison in fractured, horrifying vignettes. Her gaze, tilted painfully to the left, traced the stone wall beside the slab. It wasn't smooth, dressed stone. It was rough-hewn, ancient, the surface pitted and scarred. Water seeped from countless hairline cracks, tracing glistening paths downwards. In places, the damp had fostered colonies of dark, fuzzy mold that spread like diseased lace. Elsewhere, mineral deposits, rust red, sulfur yellow, and a sickly, phosphorescent green, streaked the gray rock like weeping sores. The wall felt alive, sweating, bleeding its own slow decay. The constant moisture made the air thick, tasting of wet earth and iron on her tongue. It condensed on the cold iron of her restraints, adding a slimy sheen to their cruelty. Her eyes followed a particularly thick, rust-colored streak down to the floor near the base of the slab. It pooled slightly on the uneven stone before being swallowed by a shallow groove carved into the floor itself, a crude gutter leading towards a dark, braided drain near the workbench. A drain for washing away the fluids. The realization was a cold hand squeezing her heart. This wasn't just a prison. It was a workshop designed for efficient butchery. The groove, the drain, they spoke of countless sessions like hers. The rust-colored streak wasn't just mineral. It was centuries of diluted blood. She shifted her gaze incrementally further left, straining against the collar. More wall, more damp, more stains. Then the first hook. It was driven deep into the stone about 6 feet off the ground, slightly above her eye level. Rusted iron, thick and brutal, ending in a cruel, inward curving point. Beneath it, the wall was stained a deep, permanent blackish brown, the stains spreading downwards in thick, viscous-looking rivulets. Nothing hung from it now, but the stain itself was a monument to what had once been suspended there. She imagined the weight, the drip of fluids onto the stone below, feeding the groove, flowing to the drain. Further along, another hook. This one held something, a shape, dark, irregular, hanging limply. It took her eyes a moment to resolve it in the gloom. It looked like a large, deflated wineskin, but longer, with folds and creases. The texture was rough, leathery, stretched taut in places, sagging in others. Near the top, where the hook pierced it, the skin was puckered and thick. Lower down, she could make out the suggestion of musculature beneath the surface, the ghostly outline of ribs. It was a torso.
Flayed. Drained.
Tanned or simply desiccated by the cellar's damp cold. The skin was a mottled gray-brown, like old parchment. There were no limbs, no head, just a hollow sack of human hide. Agnes's merchant, used for castle walls. The sheer, dehumanizing practicality of it stole her breath. Her eyes dragged further, compelled by horror. Another hook, another shape, smaller, paler. This one had a more defined form, like a collapsed bag with awkward protrusions. One end tapered, vaguely limb-like. The other had a shape that made Jennifer's stomach lurch, a suggestion of a jawline, hollows where eyes might have been. It hung with a terrible, limp finality. Sarah? The thought was a knife twist. Had Agnes deemed the rest of her unfit after the arm, leaving her to hang as a grotesque trophy? Or was this someone else? A child? The size suggested it. Jennifer squeezed her eyes shut, a whimper escaping her bruised throat. When she forced them open again, tears blurring her vision, she looked away, upwards, seeking escape from the wall of horrors. The low, vaulted ceiling swam into view. More sweating stone, more mineral streaks. The phosphorescent green seemed stronger here, casting a faint, sickly luminescence in patches. Stalactites, small and glistening, reached down like stone fangs. One, directly above the far end of her slab, was the source of the relentless drip. It wasn't water, not clear water. It was tinged a faint, rusty brown. It fell with metronomic precision into a smooth, bowl-shaped depression worn into the stone floor over time. Centuries. The bowl was stained the same deep black brown as the walls beneath the hooks. The architecture of suffering. Every stone, every stain, every hook, every groove spoke of a long, grim history. This cellar wasn't just Agnes's workshop. It was the beating heart of a generations-old atrocity. The stones had absorbed the terror, the pain, the final breaths of countless victims before her. The air hummed with it, a silent pressure against her skin. This place was alive with the echoes of flaying knives and despair. Jennifer wasn't just Agnes's current project. She was the latest offering on an ancient altar. Her gaze drifted back down, past the hanging horrors, towards the workbench. The hulking thing had left the stiff brush leaning against it, the bucket of lye solution beside it. The bench itself was a massive slab of dark, scarred wood, stained almost black in places. Tools lay scattered across it, half hidden in shadow. The large blade the thing had sharpened earlier, its edge gleaming dully. Heavy, rusted shears, coils of dark, waxed twine, rolls of coarse linen bandages, and jars of unidentifiable substances, powders, pastes, liquids in murky bottles. Agnes's apothecary of atrocity. Then she saw it, partially obscured by a roll of bandages, lying flat on the bench. A piece of leather, but unlike the supple piece Agnes had been mending, this was thicker, stiffer, roughly rectangular. And on its surface, worked in darker thread, was a design. From this distance, and in the dim light, it was hard to make out, but it looked like antlers. Jagged, branching lines. Crude, but unmistakable. The Stag King. Agnes's words slammed back. Your threat. It will restore the scene of the Stag King's offering. Was this a sample? A template? A piece of the damaged tapestry itself? Seeing the symbol, the icon of her own intended sacrifice, lying casually on the workbench amongst the tools of her destruction was a visceral blow. It wasn't just a story anymore. It was a blueprint. Her fate was literally mapped out on that stained wood. A wave of dizziness stronger than any before crashed over her. The cellar spun. The hanging skins seemed to sway violently. The green luminescence on the ceiling pulsed. The pain in her chest flared, a white-hot counterpoint to the cold dread. The smell, the lie, the rot, her blood, the chemicals overwhelmed her senses. She felt consciousness fraying at the edges, the gray fog Agnes's self promised rising to claim her again. No. She bit down hard on her already bruised lip, the sharp pain a desperate anchor. She focused on the antler symbol on the workbench, letting the hatred it inspired flood her, a dark fuel against the encroaching numbness. She wouldn't let the stones win. She wouldn't let her terror become just another stain absorbed into this accursed place. She fixed her eyes on the Stag King's crude horns, etching their shape into her mind, a symbol not of her fate, but of the enemy. Agnes, the tapestry, this cellar, the hulking thing, the entire monstrous edifice built on stolen skin and stolen lives. She clung to that hatred, a cold, hard knot in her chest beside the burning wound. It was her lifeline, her defiance. As long as she could feel it, sharp and clear, she wasn't just material. She wasn't just hide. She was Jennifer Hayes, and she was awake, trapped, terrified, but awake, watching the stones and the shadows, bearing witness to the horror, even as the cellar's ancient, suffocating darkness pressed in, waiting for her to finally settle. The drip continued. The stone walls watched, and the shadow of the Stag King's antlers lay waiting on the workbench. Hatred was a cold coal in Jennifer's chest, burning alongside the feverish agony beneath the linen. She clung to it, fixing her gaze on the crude antler symbol lying on the stained workbench, her enemy's sigil. I am Jennifer Hayes, she repeated silently, a desperate mantra against the cellar's crushing weight, against the seductive pull of the salve's fog. Not material, not hide, not thread. The phosphorescent streaks on the ceiling pulsed faintly. The drip into the stone bowl continued its patient rhythm. Time stretched, viscous and unmarked. The cellar's silence wasn't empty. It was thick with the echoes of past screams, the phantom scent of old blood beneath the lie, the watchful presence of the hanging skins. They weren't just trophies, they were warnings, blueprints for her own dissolution. Then it came, a sound that froze the blood in her veins. Not the heavy, chain-dragging scrape of the hulking thing, not the distant, despairing moans she feared were Tom or Sarah. Footsteps, light, deliberate, unmistakable. Shuff, shuff, shuff. Agnes. They echoed down the stone corridor outside the heavy door, growing louder with terrifying slowness. Each soft scuff of worn leather on damp stone was a hammer blow against Jennifer's fragile resolve. The sound was intimate, familiar, and utterly chilling. It was the sound of the artisan returning to her workbench, to her material. Panic, sharper than the iron collar, seized her. Her breath hitched, a ragged gasp that sent fresh knives of pain through her chest. Her heart slammed against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped beneath the bindings and the linen. The cold coal of hatred flickered, threatened by the raw, primal terror that surged through her. She's coming back. She's coming back for me. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Silence. Profound, expectant. Jennifer could imagine Agnes standing there, her hand on the bolt, her dark eyes seeing through the wood, assessing, planning. The air in the cellar seemed to thicken, charged with anticipation. The drip sounded unnaturally loud. The greenish luminescence on the ceiling seemed to dim. Then the bolt. It didn't screech this time. It slid back with a dry, grating rasp, deliberate and unhurried. The sound scraped along Jennifer's nerves. The door followed, groaning open on protesting hinges, not with a violent wrench, but with a slow, inevitable yield. RNNCH. Candlelight bloomed in the doorway, warm and deceptive. Agnes stood framed within it, holding her stubby tallow candle in its iron holder. The flame gilded the sharp planes of her face, deepening the shadows in her eye sockets, making her look like a carving of some ancient, implacable deity. She wore the same stained leather apron. Her expression was serene, focused, utterly devoid of the malice or madness Jennifer expected. It was the look of a master craftsman entering her studio. She stepped inside, the candlelight pushing back the deepest shadows near the door but deepening them elsewhere, making the hanging skins seem to lean forward. Her gaze swept the room, the hooks, the workbench, the drain, with the brief, efficient assessment of someone confirming everything was in its place. Then, her dark eyes settled on Jennifer. No surprise, no greeting, just that same unnerving, clinical focus. Awake still, she observed, her voice the familiar, dry rasp. It wasn't a question. It was a note in her process. She closed the door behind her, but didn't bolt it yet. The candlelight flickered, casting long, leaping shadows that danced across the damp walls and the hollow shapes hanging from the hooks. Agnes walked towards the slab, her footsteps soft, measured. Shuff, shuff, shuff. The sound was amplified in the tense silence. She stopped beside Jennifer, setting the candle holder down on the small shelf near the door. The light illuminated the side of Jennifer's face, the sheen of cold sweat on her brow, the tear tracks cutting through the grime. Agnes's shadow fell across her, immense and consuming. She leaned over Jennifer, her leather apron creaking softly. Her face was close. Jennifer could smell the faint, incongruous scent of dried lavender clinging to her woolen dress beneath the leather and chemicals. It was a cruel mockery of normalcy. Agnes's dark eyes, reflecting the candle flame like chips of obsidian, scanned Jennifer's face, then dropped to the linen binding. Her gaze was intense, analytical. "The salve is taken well," she murmured, more to herself than to Jennifer. Her bony fingers, cold even through the ambient chill, reached out. They didn't touch the binding immediately. They hovered, tracing the air just above the linen-covered wound, feeling the heat radiating from it. Good heat. Sign of integration. The essence is accepting the preparation. Integration. The word was a fresh horror. It wasn't just about the skin healing. It was about her spirit being broken down, made compatible with the tapestry's dark magic. Jennifer flinched involuntarily as Agnes's fingers finally made contact, pressing gently but firmly around the edges of the linen pad. The pressure sent bolts of fire through her chest. Still sensitive, Agnes noted, her tone devoid of sympathy, merely observational. The nerves remain active. That will diminish. She palpated the area, her touch clinical, assessing the swelling, the tension beneath the bindings. Her fingers probed the edge where the linen met unviolated skin near Jennifer's shoulder. Minimal seepage. Excellent. The lines are holding. She straightened, her shadow receding slightly. She looked down at Jennifer, her face impassive in the flickering light. "You fought the rest," she stated flatly. "That is unwise. Struggle wastes vitality. It clouds the essence, makes the thread brittle." Her dark eyes held Jennifer's, unblinking. "You wish to be strong thread, do you not? To hold the Stag King's green? To endure?" The question was obscene. Jennifer stared back, hatred warring with terror in her gaze. She tried to speak, to hurl defiance, but her throat was too dry, too constricted. Only a choked rasp emerged. Agnes seemed to take it as confirmation, or perhaps indifference. She turned away, moving towards the workbench. Jennifer's eyes followed her, tracking the hunched form in the leather apron. Agnes picked up the piece of leather with the crude antler symbol. She ran a gnarled finger over the stitched lines, a gesture almost tender. "The Stag King demands purity," she said, her back to Jennifer, her voice carrying clearly in the stone chamber. "Not just a body, but of surrender. The offering must be willing in its essence, even if the flesh resists." She set the leather piece down carefully and picked up a small jar from the bench. It contained a thick, dark paste that smelled sharply herbal and metallic. My grandmother spoke of sacrifices who understood, who saw the honor, whose threads gleamed with acceptance. She turned back, holding the jar and a clean linen swab. "You are young, stubborn. Your spirit clings fiercely." She approached the slab again. "That fierceness is valuable for the vitality it imparts, but it must be focused, directed, not wasted on futile struggle." She stopped beside Jennifer, unscrewing the jar. The pungent smell of the paste intensified, wormwood, iron filings, and something deeply rotten. "This will help," Agnes said calmly. "It clarifies. It quiets the rebellious spirit. It prepares the essence for the final integration." She dipped the swab into the dark paste. It came away coated in a viscous, tar-like substance. Jennifer's eyes widened in fresh terror. "No, not more. Not inside me." She tried to recoil, but the bindings held her fast. She could only tense every muscle, a silent scream building in her chest. Agnes leaned over her. Her dark eyes were fathomless pools in the candlelight. "Be still," she commanded, her voice low but carrying an undeniable weight of authority. "This is necessary." The swab descended, not towards her chest wound, towards her face, towards her mouth. Jennifer jerked her head sideways, a frantic, instinctive denial. The iron collar bit cruelly into her throat, stopping the movement after an inch. Agnes's free hand shot out, surprisingly strong, clamping onto Jennifer's jaw, forcing her head back against the stone. Her fingers pressed into pressure points, making Jennifer's mouth fall open involuntarily with a gasp of pain. "Open," Agnes hissed, no longer calm. Impatience flickered in her eyes. The swab, dripping with the foul-smelling paste, hovered inches from Jennifer's lips. Terror exploded. This wasn't for the wound. This was to drug her mind, to poison her will, to make her accept. Jennifer thrashed with the only strength she had left, bucking against the restraints, straining her neck against the collar and Agnes's iron grip. A raw, guttural sound tore from her throat. Not a word, not a scream, but pure, animal defiance. Agnes's grip tightened, her lips thinned. "Foolish child," she snapped, the veneer of detachment cracking. "You force harshness. The paste is gentler than the alternative." Jennifer locked eyes with her, pouring every ounce of hatred, every shred of her unraveling self into that gaze.
No.
She wouldn't open. She wouldn't swallow. She would choke on it first. The standoff lasted only seconds, charged with silent fury. Agnes's eyes narrowed, calculating. The candlelight flickered wildly, casting their struggling shadows large and monstrous on the sweating stone walls. The hanging skins seemed to watch. Then, abruptly, Agnes released Jennifer's jaw and straightened up. She didn't look angry. She looked disappointed, like an artist whose material was proving unexpectedly flawed. She looked at the dripping swab, then back at Jennifer's defiant, terrified face. "Very well," she said, her voice regaining its chilling calm. She recapped the jar of paste and set it and the swab aside on the edge of the slab. "If you prefer the slow way, the hard way." Her dark gaze swept over Jennifer, lingering on the linen binding. The material can still be salvaged. Pain clarifies, too. Eventually, she picked up the candle holder. "Rest now, child," she said, her tone flat, final. "Gather what strength you have left. You will need it for the weaving." She turned and walked back towards the door, her footsteps echoing in the sudden, crushing silence. Shuff, shuff, shuff. She pulled the door shut behind her. The bolt rasped and thudded home. Jennifer lay trembling, the taste of fear and the phantom smell of the foul paste thick in her mouth. Her jaw ached where Agnes had gripped it. Her chest burned, but the cold coal of hatred still glowed. She had refused. She had fought back. She hadn't won, but she hadn't broken.
Not yet.
Agnes's final words hung in the damp, foul air. The slow way, the hard way, and the promise. Pain clarifies. The cellar walls seemed to lean closer, the shadows deepening, the drip marking the start of a new, more terrible countdown. The footsteps had retreated, but the echo of the threat remained, a chilling vibration in the stone and in Jennifer's bones. The easy path had been refused. Now, only the hard way remained. The bolt's final thud echoed like a tomb ceiling. Silence rushed back, thicker and heavier than before, saturated with the phantom scent of the foul paste and the lingering imprint of Agnes's crushing grip on Jennifer's jaw. The candlelight was gone, plunging the cellar back into its oppressive, gray-green gloom, punctuated only by the relentless drip, 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 and the frantic drumming of Jennifer's own heart against her aching ribs. She lay rigid, every muscle locked in the aftermath of terror and defiance. Her jaw throbbed where Agnes's bony fingers had dug in, a sharp counterpoint to the deep, burning ache beneath the linen binding. Her throat felt raw, abraded by the collar and the choked scream she hadn't fully released. But beneath the physical pain, a different sensation flared, a raw, jagged spark of triumph. She refused. She hadn't opened her mouth. She hadn't swallowed the poison meant to break her will. Agnes's calm had cracked, revealing impatience, even frustration. Jennifer had forced harshness. She had chosen the hard way. The cold coal of hatred blazed brighter, fueled by this tiny, desperate victory. It wasn't freedom. It wasn't escape. It was simply the refusal to make it easy for the monster. The refusal to let her spirit be clarified into compliant threat. Agnes wanted her vitality, her fierceness. She could have it, sharp and defiant and poisoned by hatred, not smoothed into serene acceptance. She replayed the moment, Agnes's shadow looming, the swab dripping with the tarry paste, the iron grip forcing her jaw, her own thrashing, the animal sound tearing from her throat, the pure, unadulterated no radiating from her eyes.
Agnes's surprise.
The flicker of something other than detached calculation, annoyance, disappointment, the recapping of the jar. Very well, the slow way, the hard way. The words were a threat, yes, a promise of greater suffering, but they were also an admission. Jennifer had disrupted the artisan's smooth process. She had introduced friction. She had value, not just as high, but as difficult material. It was a pitiful kind of power, but it was all she had. Pain clarifies. Agnes's chilling addendum echoed. What did that mean? More incisions? Deeper flaying while she was conscious? The hook probing further beneath her skin? Or something slower, more insidious? Starvation? Thirst? The relentless agony of infection already burning beneath the binding? Would pain eventually scour away her defiance, leaving only the raw, pliable essence Agnes coveted? The feverish warmth radiating from her chest seemed to pulse in agreement with the thought. It felt deeper now, more pervasive, as if the salve and the trauma were working together, burning a pathway inward. The edges of her vision shimmered faintly, the gray light taking on a hazy, dreamlike quality. Was this the fever, or the first tendrils of Agnes's hardware? She forced herself to focus on the physical sensations, the anchors of her hatred, the cold iron cuffs biting her wrists, the rough leather straps compressing her ribs, the slick, damp stone beneath her back, the drip, 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 marking time. She looked towards the workbench, seeking the antler symbol, her enemy's flag. It was lost in the deeper shadows now, but she knew it was there, waiting. A sound, not the drip, not her breath. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Faint, muffled, coming from the wall near the workbench.
Tom.
The sound was weaker than before, more hesitant, but undeniably real. Not a phantom, not an echo. Real fingernails on real stone. He was still there, still alive, still fighting in his own broken way. A surge of something that wasn't quite hope, but fierce solidarity, washed through her. She wasn't alone in her defiance. Tom, chained in the dark, was scratching. Sarah, wherever she was, might still be breathing. They were all trapped in Agnes's machine, but they weren't silent. Not yet. Scratch, scratch. It was a code, a signal, a shared heartbeat of resistance in the suffocating dark. Jennifer strained against the collar, turning her head as far as it would go towards the sound. She couldn't see the wall, only the oppressive stones of her immediate prison and the hanging horrors beyond. But she focused her will, pouring her hatred, her refusal, her tiny victory into the space where the sound originated. We're here, she thought, screaming it silently into the stone. We're fighting. The scratching paused. Then, after a moment, it resumed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. A little firmer, a little clearer. A fragile connection, reforged. Agnes might dismiss them as impurities, remnants, but their shared suffering, their shared refusal to vanish quietly, was a thread Agnes couldn't weave into her tapestry. It was theirs, human, fierce. The dizziness surged again, stronger. The gray light swirled. The hanging skin seemed to ripple like dark water. The fever was gaining ground. Her thoughts began to fragment. Images flickered. The bus in the storm, Agnes knitting with glistening strands, the Stag King's shadow falling over her on the slab, Tom's face, imagined, gaunt and desperate, mouthing silent words from behind stone. The cold coal of hatred burned amidst the mental chaos, a fixed point in the unraveling world. Pain clarifies. The phrase circled like a vulture. Would the pain strip her down to nothing but raw terror and suffering? Or would it hone her hatred to a sharper point? Would the fever burn away Jennifer Hayes, leaving only the material? Or would it forge her defiance into something harder, more dangerous? She didn't know. She only knew she wouldn't go gently into that gray fog again. She would cling to the pain, to the hatred, to the sound of Tom's scratching, as long as she could. She would make the hard way as hard as possible. The cellar door groaned open again. No warning footsteps this time, just the sudden, shocking rasp of the bolt and the groan of hinges. Light flooded in, not the warm, deceptive glow of Agnes's candle, but the harsh, flickering glare of a kerosene lantern held high. Agnes stood there, but she wasn't alone. Beside her, hunched under the low doorway, chains scraping on stone, was the hulking thing. It filled the space, its massive shoulders brushing the frame, its misshapen head lowered. The lantern light glinted off its thick, leathery skin, revealing deep scars and knotted muscle. It held something long and heavy in one massive hand, obscured by shadow. Its breath was a wet, rhythmic rasp, Agnes stepped inside, her face a mask of serene purpose. She looked directly at Jennifer, her dark eyes reflecting the harsh lantern light, utterly devoid of the earlier flicker of frustration. The interruption, the defiance, was already filed away, assimilated into her process. "Good," she said, her dry voice cutting through the sudden tension. The single word landed with the weight of a tombstone. It wasn't praise. It wasn't relief. It was cold assessment. Jennifer's defiance, her refusal of the pace, her choice of the hard way. It was all acceptable, perhaps even preferable for the final product. The material was ready, resilient, fierce, perfect for the Stag King's green. Her dark gaze swept over Jennifer's bound form, lingering on the linen binding, then lifted to the hulking thing. She gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. The hulking thing shuffled forward, chains clanking heavily. The lantern light swung, casting monstrous, leaping shadows. The object in its hand came into view. Not the brush, not the bucket. It was a long, heavy wooden mallet, its head dark and stained. Jennifer's breath stopped. Her heart seized. Hatred flared white-hot, but beneath it, primal terror surged. The hard way wasn't just more cutting. It was this. The artisan had brought her enforcer. Agnes watched, calm as stone, as the hulking thing loomed over the slab, its shadow engulfing Jennifer. The mallet lifted. "Proceed," Agnes commanded, her voice devoid of inflection. The hulking thing's wet breathing hitched. The mallet reached its apex. Jennifer's defiance crystallized into a single, silent scream in her mind, aimed at the impassive Agnes, at the stones, at the watching skins.
No.
The mallet began its descent, not towards her head, towards her left shin. The hard way had begun. Pain would clarify. Agnes would have her thread. Jennifer Hayes clung to her hatred as the shadow fell. The world exploded, not in light, but in pure, annihilating agony. The descent of the mallet was a blur of shadow and stained wood. Its impact on Jennifer's left shin was beyond sound, beyond thought, a detonation of white-hot pain that consumed everything. A scream tore from her throat, raw and primal, shredding her already bruised vocal cords. It wasn't a human sound. It was the shriek of an animal caught in a steel trap, a sound ripped from the very core of her being. It echoed off the sweating stones, impossibly loud in the confined space, bouncing back at her like a physical assault. The pain was immediate and absolute. It wasn't the sharp, clean agony of the blade. This was deep, structural, bone deep. A sickening crunch vibrated up her leg, through her pelvis, rattling her teeth. It felt like her entire lower leg had been replaced by a pulsing, molten core of pure suffering. Nausea, immediate and overwhelming, surged up her throat, hot and acidic, mingling with the taste of blood from her bitten lip. Her vision widened out, then swam back into a kaleidoscope of fractured gray stone, Agnes's impassive face, and the looming shadow of the hulking thing. She arched off the slab, a convulsive spasm powered purely by the spinal cord's rebellion against the violation. The iron restraints shrieked as they bit into her wrists and ankles, holding her fast, amplifying the torment. The linen binding on her chest pulled taut, sending fresh fire lancing through the partially flayed tissue. Every nerve ending screamed. Her shattered leg felt alien, horrifyingly wrong, a bag of broken glass and searing pain attached to her body. As the initial, blinding wave subsided slightly, leaving behind a roaring tsunami of anguish, another sound pierced her awareness. Not her own scream fading into choked, wet sobs. Not the hulking thing's wet breathing. Not Agnes's calm observation. A scream. From beyond the stone wall, near the workbench, Tom's voice, ragged and terrified, erupting in response to hers. And oh, God, no. Stop. It was cut off abruptly, choked into a gurgling moan, as if a hand had clamped over a mouth, or weakness had simply overwhelmed him. Then, from the other wall, Sarah's voice, high-pitched and shattered. Please, stop hurting her. Please. Her voice dissolved into hysterical, gasping sobs, the chorus of the damned. reacting to her pain. Proof they were real. Proof they heard. Proof they were trapped in this hell with her, forced to listen to each other's destruction. Their terror mirrored her own, amplifying it, weaving it into a tapestry of shared despair that hung heavier in the air than the cellar's perpetual stench. Jennifer panted, tears and slick sweat mingling on her face, her body trembling violently with shock and agony. She couldn't think, couldn't form words. The pain in her leg was a supernova, consuming all other sensations. She could feel the unnatural angle below the knee, the grinding instability of the broken bones. Warm blood, different from the seepage in her chest, welled and trickled down her calf, pooling on the cold stone beneath the slab. Agnes stood calmly beside the hulking thing, the kerosene lantern held high, casting stark, unforgiving light. Her dark eyes watched Jennifer's convulsions, her face devoid of pity, only intense focus. She observed the trembling, the sweat, the tears, the ragged breathing, with the dispassionate interest of a scientist noting reactions. She murmured, her dry voice cutting through Jennifer's sobs and the distant whimpers. The pain clarifies. She took a step closer, peering down at Jennifer's shattered leg. Observe the dilation of the pupils, the flush of the skin, the intensity of the somatic response. Pure, unadulterated vitality. Focused. She gestured towards the leg with a bony finger. The break is clean. Tibia and fibula. Below the knee, minimal splintering. Good. Her gaze lifted back to Jennifer's face. Pain strips away the non-essential, child, the distractions, the clinging illusions of self. Her voice held a perverse satisfaction. What remains is raw, potent, ideal for the thread. The hulking thing shifted, the mallet still gripped loosely in its massive hand. It made a low, rumbling sound in its chest, almost like anticipation. Its shadow fell over Jennifer again, immense and suffocating. Agnes didn't look at it. Her attention remained fixed on Jennifer, dissecting her suffering. The Stag King's offering was not merely physical, she intoned, her voice taking on a ritualistic cadence. It was the surrender of spirit amidst torment, the moment when defiance becomes acceptance, not of release, but of purpose. She leaned slightly closer, the lantern light making deep caverns of her eye sockets. Your pain is not punishment. It is preparation. It is consecration. Jennifer stared up at her through a blur of tears and agony. The words, cold and insane, wormed their way past the wall of pain. Consecration. Her torture was a sacred rite. Her broken leg was part of the process. Agnes wasn't just hurting her. She was sculpting her suffering into the required form for the tapestry. The sheer monstrousness of it was a fresh horror, layered upon the physical agony. It threatened to shatter what remained of her mind. She wanted to scream again, to curse, to spit at that impassive, ancient face. But her throat was raw, her breath ragged gasps. All she could manage was a low, continuous moan, vibrating in her chest. Tom's voice came again, weaker now, filled with despair that mirrored her own. Just kill us, please end it. Sarah just wept, the sound a broken, rhythmic counterpoint to Jennifer's own pained breathing and the relentless drip from the ceiling. Agnes seemed to register the other voices only as background noise, irrelevant static in her focused work. She straightened up, turning her head slightly towards the hulking thing. The material is primed, she stated. Proceed with the refinement. Refinement. The word hung in the air, heavy with dread. What did that mean? Another blow? A different kind of torture? The hulking thing grunted, a wet, guttural sound. It shifted its grip on the mallet, raising it again. Not high this time. Purposefully. Jennifer's eyes widened in fresh terror, locked onto the stained wood. Her shattered leg screamed a warning. No. Not again. Not again. A whimper escaped her, high and thin. The mallet descended, but not with the same brutal force. It was a controlled tap, a precise impact just above the break, on the swollen, agonizing flesh of her calf. Jennifer shrieked, the sound tearing from her anew. It wasn't the bone-shattering explosion, but a deep, sickening pressure, an intensification of the existing fire that made her see stars. It felt like driving a red-hot poker into the molten core of the break.
Ah,
Tom cried out, as if feeling the blow himself. Sarah's weeping hitched into a strangled gasp. The hulking thing tapped again. Same spot. A measured application of agony. Jennifer writhed, her body straining against the restraints in a futile dance of torment. Each tap was a calculated escalation, pushing the pain to new, unbearable peaks, then holding it there. It wasn't about breaking the bone further. It was about amplifying the suffering, refining it. Agnes watched, her head tilted, her dark eyes absorbing every flinch, every gasp, every tremor that ran through Jennifer's body. She noted the way the muscles spasmed, the way the breath hitched, the way consciousness flickered at the edge of the abyss of pain. Yes, she whispered, a chilling note of approval in her voice. The essence concentrates. The spirit burns brighter under the lash. The hulking thing delivered another precise, agonizing tap. Jennifer's world narrowed to the pulsing, white-hot agony in her leg, the crushing weight of the restraints, the smell of blood and lie and her own terror sweat, and the two dark figures presiding over her torment, the artisan and her monstrous tool. The chorus of the damned, Tom's despair, Sarah's broken sobs, was the horrifying soundtrack to her consecration. The cellar walls closed in, the hanging skins watched, and the drip marked the rhythm of her unraveling. Pain wasn't just clarifying her, it was dissolving her into raw material, scream by agonizing scream, under the watchful, approving eye of Agnes Blackwood. The measured agony of the hulking thing's mallet ceased. Jennifer hung suspended in the aftermath, a trembling, sweat-slicked ruin. Every breath was a shuddering gasp that scraped her raw throat and sent fresh waves of fire through her shattered leg. The crude splint Agnes had applied, rough wooden slats bound tight with leather straps, felt like a torture device in itself, compressing the swollen, broken flesh. The pain was a living thing now, a white-hot serpent coiled around her shin, its fangs sunk deep into the bone. Agnes's lantern cast dark, unforgiving light. She stood observing Jennifer's trembling form, her expression one of cold appraisal, like a sculptor stepping back from a particularly challenging piece of stone. Sufficient for now, she declared, her dry voice cutting through Jennifer's ragged sobs and the distant, echoing whimpers of Sarah. The material requires consolidation, integration of the refinement. She gestured vaguely towards Jennifer's broken leg. The break introduces a new resonance, a deeper note of sacrifice. It must harmonize with the existing preparation. Her dark eyes flicked to the linen binding on Jennifer's chest, then back to her pink contorted face.
rest,
Absorb the lesson.
rest.
The word was obscene. How could she rest with her legs screaming, her chest burning, her mind unraveling? But Agnes wasn't offering comfort. She was issuing a command for the process, the material needed to metabolize its suffering. Agnes turned to the hulking thing. Relocate it. Cell 4. The chains there will support the leg. The hulking thing grunted, a wet rumble in its chest. It lowered the mallet to the floor with a heavy thud that vibrated through the stone slab. Then it moved. Its approach was a symphony of dread. Massive, booted feet scraped against the damp stone floor. Scrape, thud, but it was the chains that dominated the sound. They weren't the light restraints binding Jennifer. These were thick, ponderous links, each one the size of her fist, dragging behind the creature like the train of some infernal road. Arrrrrr, clank, arrrrrr, clank. The sound was deep, resonant, a physical vibration Jennifer felt in the stone beneath her and in the marrow of her own broken bones. It wasn't just noise. It was the sound of immense, implacable weight and power. The chain dragger. A title imposed itself on the creature in her terror-soaked mind. It loomed over the slab, its shadow swallowing the lantern light. The smell intensified. Wet earth, stale sweat, and that underlying animal musk, now mixed with the metallic tang of the mallet and the cellar's decay. Jennifer flinched back, as far as the restraints allowed, a fresh whimper escaping her. Was it going to hit her again? Lift her? The sheer, terrifying presence of it dwarfed the earlier horror of the mallet. Massive, leathery hands, thick-fingered and blunt-nailed, reached down. They didn't strike. They grasped. One hand clamped around her shackled ankles, just above the iron cuffs. The other slid beneath her shoulders, thick fingers digging into her back, perilously close to the linen-bound wound. The touch was shockingly cold and impersonal, like being handled by stone machinery. She cried out as the movement jolted her broken leg, the pain exploding anew, a supernova behind her eyes. Effortlessly, the chain dragger lifted her from the slab. Her weight was nothing to it. The chains binding her wrists and ankles went taut, pulling painfully against her joints as her body was suspended in the air. She hung like a sack of meat in its grip, the world tilting violently. She saw the stone ceiling swim past, the phosphorescent streaks blurring, the hanging skin swaying in her inverted vision. Nausea surged, unstoppable this time. Bile burned her throat, hot and sour, but she choked it back, gasping, tears streaming. Arrrr, clink, arrrr, clink. The chains dragging behind the creature were the only sound besides Jennifer's choked gasps and the distant drip. Agnes stood aside, lantern held high, watching the transfer with detached interest. The chain dragger carried her away from the slab, towards the far wall where the workbench stood. It didn't go to the bench. It turned towards a section of wall Jennifer hadn't been able to see properly from the slab. Set into the stone, about 5 feet off the ground, was another heavy iron ring, larger than the ones on the slab. Above it, slightly higher, were 2 more rings, spaced shoulder-width apart. Chains hung from these upper rings, shorter, thicker versions of the ones that had bound her wrists on the slab, ending in open manacles. Below, near the floor, were 2 more rings closer together. The chain dragger stopped before this grim apparatus. It shifted its grip, holding Jennifer upright for a moment. Her broken leg hung uselessly, a bolt of agony shooting up her body with every slight movement. She saw the wall close up. Slick, stained stone, scratch marks near the floor, dark smears that looked like old blood around the lower rings. This was cell 4. Others had hung here, suffered here. The creature manipulated her with brutal efficiency. It snapped the open manacles around her wrists, replacing the shackles from the slab. The metal was just as cold, just as unforgiving. Then it knelt, its massive bulk blocking her view, chains pooling around it. Arrrr, clank. She felt its hands on her ankles, fumbling briefly with the shackles. The left one was released from the chain attached to the slab restraints, then immediately refastened to a shorter, thicker chain connected to one of the lower wall rings. Her good leg. Then it touched her broken leg. Jennifer screamed, a raw, ragged sound of pure terror and anticipated agony. The creature ignored it. Its thick fingers grasped her splinted shin, just below the knee. The pressure, even through the rough splint, was excruciating. It lifted her broken leg, bending the knee slightly. Jennifer shrieked again, her vision blurring, consciousness threatening to flee. The creature attached the shackle on her broken ankle to the other lower ring, pulling the chain taut. Her leg was now stretched out slightly, held immobile just above the floor, the splint grinding against the shattered bones. The positioning was deliberate. Pull. The broken leg was immobilized, but at an angle that ensured constant, grinding pressure. The good leg was chained, but with slightly more slack, forcing her to bear a fraction of her weight on it if she sagged, keeping tension on her upper body. Her arms were stretched upwards, manacled to the upper rings, holding her mostly upright. She was crucified in chains, suspended between agony and exhaustion. The chain dragger straightened up, its chain scraping. Arrrr, clank. It stepped back, looking at its handiwork with the same blank indifference it had shown while scrubbing the floor. Agnes stepped forward, lantern held high, her gaze sweeping over Jennifer's new position. She nodded, seemingly satisfied. Adequate, she stated. The leg is supported. The position encourages contemplation. Her dark eyes met Jennifer's, filled with tears and hatred. Focus on the pain, child. Let it strip you bare. Let it reveal the core essence. The tapestry hungers for it. She turned and walked towards the door, the lantern light receding. The chain dragger followed, its heavy footsteps and dragging chains filling the cellar once more. Scrape, thud. Arr, clink. Scrape, thud. Arr, clink. The sound receded down the corridor, a grim procession, leaving her to her torment. The door groaned shut. The bolt rasped and thudded. Darkness, deeper than before, swallowed Jennifer. The only light was the faint, sickly phosphorescence from the ceiling streaks. The only sounds were her own ragged, pained breathing, the relentless drip, 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 and, from the wall near the workbench, a low, despairing groan.
Tom.
Heard it all. Jennifer hung in the chains, every muscle trembling with the effort of holding herself slightly upright to ease the pressure on her arms. The position was agonizing. Her shoulders screamed. Her wrists burned in the manacles. But it was her leg that dominated. The constant, deep, grinding throb in the shattered bones was unrelenting. The splint felt like a vice. The slightest shift, even a tremor caused by her shivering, sent fresh lances of white-hot pain through her. She was utterly exposed, vulnerable. The wall was cold and damp against her back through the thin flannel. The cellar's oppressive atmosphere pressed in, heavy with the ghosts of past occupants of Cell 4. How many had hung here? How many had endured this position? Listening to the chain dragger's approach, awaiting their turn under Agnes's blade or the hulking thing's mallet. The scratch marks near the floor, were they from others trying to writhe away? The dark smears blood? Tears? The cold coal of hatred still glowed within her, but it was banked now, buried beneath an avalanche of physical suffering and crushing despair. The hard way was the only way left, and it was a path paved with unendurable agony. The chain dragger's chains still echoed in her mind, a sound that promised only the return of pain. She hung in the suffocating dark, a broken offering chained to the stone, listening to the drip and the distant, shared suffering, waiting for the next note in the chorus of the damned. The refinement had only just begun. Hung in the chains, suspended between agony and exhaustion, Jennifer existed in a haze of suffering. The broken leg was a constant, grinding throb, a bass note of misery that vibrated through her entire body. Her shoulders screamed from the unnatural stretch, her wrists raw against the iron manacles. The cellar's cold dampness seeped through the thin flannel, leaching what little warmth her fever could generate. The phosphorescent streaks on the ceiling pulsed faintly, casting the chamber in a sickly, underwater gloom. Time dissolved into the rhythm of the drip, 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 and her own shallow, pained breaths. Agnes's command echoed. Focus on the pain. Let it strip you bare. But the pain was too vast, too consuming. It wasn't clarifying, it was erasing. It threatened to drown Jennifer Hayes, leaving only a vessel of raw agony for Agnes's tapestry. She fought it, clinging to the sound of Tom's occasional, weak groans from the nearby wall. Proof she wasn't entirely alone, even if his despair mirrored her own. Her eyes, heavy-lidded with pain and the lingering drug, roamed the limited view the chains and the darkness allowed. The wall before her was slick, stained, marked with the scratches of predecessors. But slowly, as her vision adjusted to the dim, green-tinged light, her gaze was drawn upwards and to the sides, beyond the immediate apparatus of her own torture. The hooks. She'd seen them before, distantly from the slab, but suspended here, closer to the wall, their true horror unfolded. They weren't just scattered, they were arrayed, like grotesque ornaments on a tree of suffering. Dozens of them, driven into the stone at varying heights, some empty and dark with old stains, others bearing their terrible burdens. The shapes hanging, they weren't abstract sacks anymore. Proximity revealed details her mind had previously shielded her from. Directly across from her, slightly higher than eye level, hung a larger piece. It was unmistakably the flayed skin of a man's back and shoulders. The skin was tanned a deep, leathery brown, thick and weathered. She could see the defined musculature frozen beneath the surface, the ridges of the spine, the sweep of the shoulder blades. The edges were rough, uneven, as if torn rather than cut. Tom's friend, the hiker Agnes mentioned, used for rugged mountains. The skin looked tough, durable. Agnes had deemed it worthy. But where was the rest of him? Had only the useful parts been harvested? To the left of it, hanging lower, was a smaller piece. Paler, thinner. It had the unmistakable curve of a female torso, from the base of the ribs to the swell of the hips. The skin was finer, almost translucent in patches, stretched taut over the ghostly suggestion of ribs. One edge was jagged, torn. Sarah's? Agnes had said the girl's skin tore during the weaving of the Moon Maiden's gown. Was this the ruined remnant deemed useless? Hung here as a reminder of failure? Or simply discarded storage? Jennifer's stomach lurched. She remembered Sarah's voice, young and terrified. This empty husk was all that remained. Further along, a longer strip hung like a grotesque banner. It was narrow, perhaps 4 inches wide, but several feet long, mottled gray and white. It ended in a frayed, ragged edge. An arm? A leg? The thought was nauseating. Then, her eyes snagged on something that stopped her breath. Higher up, near the vaulted ceiling where the shadows were deepest, hung a smaller, paler shape, almost child-sized. It was difficult to see clearly, but it had a defined form, a small torso, thin arms ending in delicate, 5-fingered hands that hung limp, and a head. The skin of the face was mostly intact, stretched tight over the skull, the features blurred but undeniably present. Hollow sockets where eyes had been, a small, slack mouth. The hair was gone, but the shape of the scalp was there. It hung with a terrible, heartbreaking lightness. A child. Agnes's words about the stag king demanding pure vitality echoed with monstrous new meaning. Had a child been the previous offering? Jennifer whimpered, a low sound of pure horror that vibrated in her raw throat. She tried to look away, but the chains held her head at an angle that kept the grisly gallery in her peripheral vision. Every hook, every hanging piece of tanned human hide was a testament to Agnes's decades of monstrous work. A library of flayed lives. The tapestry wasn't just threads, it was woven from this. Skins prepared, cut, treated, and integrated. Jennifer's own violated chest, her shattered leg, she was just the latest volume in this ghastly archive. The sheer scale of it, the casual organization, the banality of the horror displayed like cured meat, threatened to shatter her mind. This wasn't the frenzied work of a madwoman. It was the cold, systematic operation of a dedicated artisan with centuries of tradition behind her. Jennifer wasn't just facing Agnes. She was facing the accumulated weight of the Blackwood legacy hanging on these walls. A faint sound came from the wall near the workbench. Not a groan this time. A whisper. Tom's voice, strained and weak, but clearer than before, perhaps because she was closer to his cell now. See them, he rasped. Jennifer flinched. Had he heard her whimper? Did he know what she was seeing? She managed a tiny, choked sound. Not a word, but an acknowledgement. Yeah, Tom's voice came back, filled with a terrible, exhausted knowing. See 'em all. Every night, every day. Heard her work on some. He coughed, wet and painful. The guy, the back, that was Dave. Hiked with him last spring. Went missing near Blackstone Ridge. A pause, filled with ragged breathing. Recognized his tattoo, the eagle on the shoulder blade, for she peeled it off. Jennifer's eyes snapped back to the larger skin across from her. In the gloom, on the left shoulder blade area, she could just make out a darker patch, a blurred shape beneath the tanned surface. An eagle. Dave. A person. A friend. Reduced to a section of hide on a hook. The horror became personal, intimate. The little one, Tom's voice cracked. Up high, heard Agnes talking to that thing. Said it was a failed offering, skin too thin, essence weak, just hung it. He drew a shuddering breath. Sarah, she saw it too before they took her arm. Think it broke her. Jennifer looked up at the small, pale shape near the ceiling. A failed offering, a child deemed insufficient for the tapestry, hung like discarded cloth.
Sarah had seen it.
Had that been the final straw before her spirit shattered into the broken sobs Jennifer heard? You, Tom whispered, his voice fading slightly. You're next for the wall, Jenny. Once she's done. Once your thread. The words landed with the weight of a tombstone. Next for the wall. Her skin, tanned and treated, hanging here. A new exhibit in Agnes's Museum of Atrocity. Her vibrant green thread for the stag king woven in, while her empty hide joined the others, a silent witness to the next victim. It was the ultimate erasure. Not just death, but transformation into a permanent, grotesque monument to her own destruction. A fresh wave of despair, colder and deeper than any before, washed over her. It threatened to extinguish the cold coal of hatred entirely. What was the point of defiance? Of enduring the hard way? It only prolonged the agony before she became another nameless skin on the wall, another note in the tapestry's silent, horrific song. Tom's breathing grew shallower, his whispers fading into silence. Sarah's sobs had ceased. Even the chorus of the damned was giving up. Jennifer hung in her chains, surrounded by the flayed remains of Agnes's previous materials. The walls weren't just stone, they were skin. The air wasn't just damp, it was saturated with the essence of stolen lives. The drip wasn't just water, it was the slow leak of hope. She was suspended not just in iron, but in the heart of a nightmare made manifest, a living tomb papered with the hides of the damned. And the only future she could see was her own skin, tanned and empty, joining the silent, staring gallery on the wall. The walls of skin had witnessed countless agonies. Now, they watched her, waiting for her to join them. The silence after Tom's voice faded was absolute.
Profound.
Jennifer hung in her chains, the weight of the walls of skin pressing down as heavily as the stone itself. Dave's tanned back, Sarah's ruined torso, the nameless strip of limb, the small, pale ghost of the child near the ceiling. They weren't just objects, they were accusations, testaments to failure, blueprints for her own dissolution. Next for the wall. The despair was a suffocating blanket, threatening to smother the last embers of her defiance. What was the point? The hard way just meant more pain before the inevitable end as another empty husk in Agnes's collection. Then it began.
A sound.
Faint at first, seeping through the heavy wooden door from the corridor beyond.
Soft.
Rhythmic. Utterly incongruous in the charnel house silence. Humming. A tune. Simple. Repetitive. Almost childlike. A nursery rhyme Jennifer faintly recognized, though the melody was distorted, slowed down, rendered minor and mournful by the voice that carried it. Agnes's voice. Her dry, rasping tone turned the innocent melody into something profoundly unsettling, a lullaby for the damned. The humming grew louder as footsteps approached. Shuff, 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 accompanied now by another sound, a rhythmic, grating scrape. Scree, scree, scree. Sharp, metallic, unmistakable, sharpening. Jennifer's breath hitched, a fresh wave of terror washing over the despair. Her eyes, wide and staring in the dim phosphorescence, fixed on the door. The humming was a perverse counterpoint to the horrific sound of metal on stone. Agnes was coming, and she was bringing her blades. The bolt rasped. The door groaned open. Agnes stood framed in the doorway, but she didn't hold her candle. Instead, she carried a simple, worn wooden stool. In her other hand, held loosely, was a long, wicked-looking blade, not the bone-handled scalpel, but a heavier, curved skinning knife, its edge catching the faint corridor light. The source of the scree was the large, gray whetstone she held tucked under her arm. She stepped inside, the humming never faltering. The tune was familiar now, twisted into a dirge. Lavender's blue, dilly-dilly, lavender's green. Her dark eyes swept the room, passing over Jennifer chained to the wall as if she were merely another piece of furniture, then settling on the heavy workbench. She walked towards it, her movements unhurried, purposeful. Shuff, scree, shuff, scree. The blade lightly scraped the whetstone with each step. She placed the stool beside the workbench, then set the whetstone down on its scarred surface with a soft thud. She positioned the stool, sat down with a faint creak of old wood, and laid the curved blade flat on the stone. Then she began. Her hands, gnarled and strong, worked with practiced ease. She poured a small amount of dark oil from a vial onto the stone surface. Then, gripping the knife's handle firmly, she began to draw the blade across the whetstone in long, smooth, deliberate strokes. Scree, scree, scree. The sound was excruciating. It cut through the cellar's silence like a physical thing, vibrating in Jennifer's teeth, resonating in the hollow of her broken bones. Each SCRE was a promise of the edge that would soon touch her own skin, peeling it away. The curved blade glinted dully under the faint greenish light as Agnes worked, turning it occasionally, ensuring every inch of the edge met the stone. Scree, scree, scree. Agnes hummed as she worked. When I am king, dilly dilly, you shall be queen. The cheerful words, rendered in her rasping monotone against the backdrop of the sharpening screech, created a dissonance that was utterly horrifying. It was the sound of domesticity perverted, the hearthside task transformed into a prelude to butchery. She wasn't just sharpening a tool. She was performing a ritual, honoring the instrument that would harvest the fine thread. Jennifer watched, transfixed by terror. The rhythmic motion of Agnes's arms, the focus in her profile illuminated by the faint glow, the unhurried precision. It was mesmerizing in its monstrous calm. The blade wasn't just being sharpened, it was being prepared, consecrated for its sacred task. Jennifer's violated chest, the throbbing agony of her broken leg, they were the raw materials awaiting the touch of this honed edge. Who told you so? Dilly dilly, who told you so? Agnes hummed, her eyes fixed on the blade's edge as she drew it across the stone. Scree, scree, scree. She paused, lifted the blade, examined the edge against the faint light, running a callous thumb near it, not on it. Jennifer noted with a fresh chill. Agnes respected the edge too much. A small nod. She spat on the stone, added more oil, resumed the rhythmic strokes. Scree, scree, scree. The sound seemed to intensify, filling the cellar, drowning out the drip, vibrating in Jennifer's shattered shin. It felt like the blade was being sharpened directly on her nerves. Each SCRE was a countdown to the moment that edge would bite into her flesh, continuing the work Agnes had begun. The hook had lifted the skin. This blade would separate it entirely. Would it be slow, precise, or swift and brutal? The humming offered no clue, only its chilling, dissonant accompaniment. Jennifer's gaze darted from Agnes to the walls of skin, Dave's back, Sarah's torso, the child. Had Agnes hummed this same tune while sharpening the blade that flayed them? Had they hung in their chains or lay on the slab, listening to this same S-Series? Scree. S-Series, as their own death sentence was honed to perfection? The thought was unbearable. The gallery of skins seemed to watch Agnes now, their hollow sockets fixed on the blade, bearing silent witness to the preparation of the tool for the next sacrifice. A low moan escaped Jennifer, born of sheer, helpless terror. Agnes's humming paused. Her head turned slowly, her dark eyes finding Jennifer's in the gloom. There was no anger, no reproach, only that same unnerving focus. She held Jennifer's gaze for a long moment, the blade resting on the stone. The silence stretched, thick with the echo of the sharpening and the unspoken threat. The edge must be true, Agnes stated, her voice cutting the silence, calm and matter-of-fact. A dull blade tears. It bruises the hide. It mars the essence. She looked back at the blade, her thumb testing the air near the edge again. Clean lines, precise separation. That is the craft. That is respect for the material. She resumed humming, but the tune shifted subtly. Slower, more deliberate. Call up your men, dilly-dilly, set them to work. She picked up another blade from the bench, The bone-handled scalpel Jennifer knew intimately. She tested its edge with her thumb, frowned minutely, then set it on the whetstone beside the larger knife. Scree, scree, scree. The higher pitch of the smaller blade joining the deeper scrape of the curved knife created a horrifying duet. Some to the plow, dilly-dilly, some to the fork. Agnes hummed, working both blades now with practiced alternation, turning them, boiling the stone. S-Siri, S-Siri, scree, S-Siri, S-Siri. The sounds overlapped, a discordant symphony of preparation. The fork, the plow, Jennifer's mind, frayed by pain and terror, made the grotesque connection. The skinning knife was the plow, turning the hide. The scalpel was the fork, lifting it free. Tools for harvesting human flesh, as mundane and necessary to Agnes as farming implements. Jennifer squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the sight, the sound. But the S-Siri, scree, S-Siri, penetrated her eyelids, vibrating in her skull. The humming wove around it, a maddening lullaby promising only violation. She could feel the phantom touch of the blades already, the scalpel tracing the line below her collarbone, the skinning knife sliding beneath the lifted flap of skin, peeling it back, separating her from herself. She opened her eyes, desperate for any distraction. Her gaze landed again on the small, pale skin of a child near the ceiling. Failed offering. Had a child listened to this same hymn of the butcher? Had Agnes hummed as she sharpened the blade from that small, fragile skin? The thought was the final straw. Jennifer thrashed against her chains, a raw, wordless cry tearing from her throat. Not of pain this time, but of pure, unadulterated terror and revulsion. The manacles bit deep. The movement jolted her broken leg into fresh agony, but she didn't care. She had to make it stop. The sound, the humming, the dreadful, patient preparation. Scree, scree, scree. Agnes didn't pause. She didn't look up. Her humming continued, steady as the strokes of the blades on the stone. Some to make hay, dilly-dilly, some to cut corn. The child's skin seemed to sway slightly in the disturbed air. Jennifer's cry dissolved into choking sobs, her defiance momentarily shattered by the sheer, overwhelming horror of the artisan at work, singing her nursery rhyme while honing the instruments of Jennifer's flame. The walls of skin watched. The blades screamed on the stone, and Agnes hummed, lost in the sacred ritual of her craft, preparing the final cut. Scree, 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 while you and I, dilly-dilly, keep ourselves warm. The final line hung in the air, a perverse promise of the fire upstairs, a world away from the cold, sharpening dread of the cellar. Agnes lifted the scalpel, examined its needlepoint edge in the gloom, and smiled faintly. Soon, Jennifer woke to the smell of burning hair. The pain came first, a throbbing, sickening ache where the ropes had sawed into her wrists. Then the cold, the damp stone beneath her, the clammy air that clung to her skin like a second layer of film. And finally, the wrongness of the light. Tallow candles flickered around her, their flames too still, as if frozen in time. The fat dripping down their sides wasn't wax. It was yellowed, stinking, bubbling with strands of something dark. Human hair. The realization hit her like a fist to the throat. Agnes stood at the foot of the metal table, her back turned, humming softly as she arranged something Jennifer couldn't see. The firelight painted her silhouette monstrous, long-fingered, hunched, her shadow stretching up the wall like a spider's legs. Then she turned, and Jennifer's breath stopped. Agnes's face was different. Not older, not younger, unmade. Her skin sagged in patches, as if stitched too loosely to her skull. One eye gleamed wet and bright. The other was sunken, milky, a dead thing rolling in its socket. She smiled, and her teeth were wronged. Not yellowed, not broken, but sharpened. Awake, dear? Her voice was a rasp, a dry leaf skittering over stone. Good. The other screamed too soon. It's better if you're present. Jennifer tried to speak, but her tongue was thick, her mouth sour with the dregs of whatever poison Agnes had slipped into her coffee. All that came out was a whimper. Agnes leaned over her, her breath reeking of spoiled meat and bitter herbs. Her fingers, too cold, too smooth, traced the line of Jennifer's collarbone. "Pretty," she murmured. "So young." The skin is always best when it's fresh. Behind her, the walls moved, not the shadows, not the firelight. The tapestry, stretched across the far wall, a patchwork of leathery, peeling flesh stitched together with coarse black thread. Some patches were old, cracked like parchment. Others glistened, still wet. A sleeve here, a stretch of thigh there. A face. Oh God, a face. Its mouth sewn shut in a lipless scream.
And it breathed.
A slow, shuddering ripple ran through it, the stitches straining as if something beneath was pressing out. Agnes followed Jennifer's gaze and chuckled. "She likes you." Then she picked up the knife. The blade was curved, cruel, its edge gleaming silver in the candlelight. It wasn't rusty. It wasn't old. It was well-loved. Jennifer thrashed, her wrists tearing open against the ropes, but Agnes only sighed, disappointed. Now, she chided, pressing the flat of the blade to Jennifer's cheek. "Don't spoil the canvas." The first cut came without warning. A flash of cold, then fire. Jennifer screamed as the knife parted her skin just below the collarbone, a hot, bright line of agony. Blood welled, thick and dark, sliding down her ribs. Agnes leaned close, her milky eye reflecting the candlelight like a dead moon. "This," she whispered, "is where you become art." Jennifer's scream died in her throat as Agnes raised her free hand, not in threat, but in invitation. The air thickened. It wasn't just the stench of tallow and blood. It was the pressure, like the basement itself had taken a breath and held it. The candle flames bent toward Agnes, not flickering, bowing. Then Agnes began to chant. The words weren't human. They slithered, guttural and wet, syllables that twisted in Jennifer's ears. The sound vibrated in her teeth, her ribs, the hollows of her eyes. She tried to clamp her hands over her ears, but the ropes held fast. The language wasn't just foreign, it was wrong, a thing meant for throats that split open too wide, for tongues that flickered like serpents. And then, the shadows answered. Darkness pooled at Agnes's feet, spreading like spilled ink. It crawled up the walls in veins, swallowing the candlelight, swallowing the edges of the room. Jennifer's vision blurred at the edges, the world tilting, the tapestry rippling as if something beneath it had shuddered awake. Agnes's voice rose, triumphant. The knife in her hand hummed, its edge catching the light in jagged, hungry flashes. Jennifer's blood dripped onto the stone floor. Where it fell, the shadows lapped at it. A sound tore from Jennifer's throat. Not a scream, not a sob, but a raw, animal noise of terror. Because the blood wasn't just pooling. It was moving, sliding in thin, deliberate lines, sketching symbols into the cracks of the stone. Symbols that glowed, faint and feverish like embers in ash. Agnes paused, her chant breaking into a wet, clicking laugh. She turned her dead eye toward Jennifer. "See," she whispered. "She's hungry." The tapestry shivered. A sound came from it, not a moan, not a whisper, but a whimper, high and broken like a child's. The stitches at its center strained, threads snapping one by one, as something pushed against the inside. Jennifer's vision swam. The pain in her collarbone flared, white hot, but worse was the pull, the awful, insistent tugging beneath her skin, as if her flesh itself was trying to peel away, to join the thing on the wall. Agnes raised the knife again. The shadows leaned in, and the tapestry screamed. The blade kissed Jennifer's skin again, a slow, deliberate drag just above her breastbone. This time, she didn't scream. The pain was too vast, too bright, a white-hot chasm opening beneath her flesh. But worse was the sound, the wet, papery rasp of her own skin separating, the muffled snick of connective tissue giving way. Agnes worked with the precision of a seamstress unpicking a stitch, her fingers damp with Jennifer's blood. "There," she murmured, pausing to admire the flap of peeled-back skin. "Perfect." Jennifer's vision swam. The air smelled of copper and something older, something fungal and thick. The candles had burned low, their light now a sickly greenish yellow, and in the guttering glow, she saw the tapestry stirring, not just rippling, reaching. The edges of stitched-together flesh trembled, threads creaking as the patchwork surface bulged outward. A sound escaped it, not the scream from before, but a wet, clicking whisper, syllables forming in the stretched-tight leather of 100 stolen voices. Help. Jennifer's breath hitched. That wasn't Agnes. That wasn't her own ragged gasps. It came from the wall. Don't let her. Agnes chuckled, wiping her blade on her apron. Hush now, she chided, not to Jennifer, but to the tapestry. You'll frighten the new thread. She leaned down, her lips nearly brushing Jennifer's ear. They always beg at this part, she confided, as if sharing a secret. But you'll learn. The tapestry doesn't just hold them, dear. It preserves every scream, every sob, every last thought. Her fingers closed around the loosened flap of Jennifer's skin. You'll never really die, Agnes promised. And then, she pulled. Jennifer's body arched off the table, her voice breaking on a sound too raw to be a scream. The pain was impossible, a sheet of fire peeling away from muscle, from bone, from herself. Blood welled, hot and endless, but Agnes didn't stop. She worked with a butcher's patience, her fingers slipping beneath skin, separating, teasing, until a wet, tearing give. Something hit the floor with a soft slap. Jennifer couldn't look, couldn't breathe. The world narrowed to the agony, the blood, the cold where her skin had been. Agnes sighed, pleased. In her hands, a glistening, crimson-slicked sheet of flesh. Jennifer's flesh dripped onto the stones. Lovely, she murmured. Then she turned toward the tapestry, and the wall opened for her. Jennifer's vision pulsed black at the edges, her body shuddering in delayed shock. The gaping wound on her chest breathed, a raw, glistening expanse of muscle and tendon, each heartbeat sending a fresh rivulet of blood down her ribs. But Agnes wasn't looking at her anymore. She was facing the tapestry, arms raised like a priest at an altar. The strip of Jennifer's skin dangled from her fingers, dripping. The tapestry shivered. Not just the surface. The stitches themselves squirmed, black threads wriggling like worms. The center of the patchwork peeled open, not with a tear, but with a wet, sucking gasp, revealing a yawning darkness behind it. And from that darkness, voices. Not one, many. A chorus of whispers, moans, half-formed words overlapping in a cacophony of anguish. Please no more. It hurts, Sid. She's lying. Don't listen, she. Jennifer's breath hitched. She knew those voices. The hiker from the news last year, the one who vanished near the old logging roads. The traveling salesman who stopped at the diner where Agnes sometimes drank her coffee. The girl with the strawberry blonde braid, the one whose missing poster still hung in the post office. All of them, here. Agnes sighed, almost fondly. They're shy at first, she said, stroking the edge of the tapestry. The flesh beneath her fingers quivered. But they'll learn to love you, just like you'll learn to love them. Then, a new voice. Clearer, sharper, closer. Jennifer. Her own name, spoken in a rasp she'd heard before. Ben's voice. Her coworker, the one who'd laughed at her in the office. But Ben wasn't here. Ben was alive. Wasn't he? Agnes tilted her head, amused. Oh, she murmured. That one's fresh. The tapestry rippled, and for a single, horrifying second, Jennifer saw Ben's face, stretched and sewn into the leathery patchwork, his mouth stitched into a permanent scream. Then the vision was gone, swallowed back into the shifting flesh. Agnes stepped forward, pressing the strip of Jennifer's skin against the open maw of the tapestry. Time to join the choir, dear, she whispered, and the darkness reached for her. Agnes's fingers pressed the flayed strip of Jennifer's skin against the tapestry's gaping maw, and the darkness took it. A wet, smothering sound. The edges of the wound on Jennifer's chest burned as if the tapestry were still connected to her, still feeding. The voices crescendoed, Not screaming now, but chattering, a grotesque welcome committee. Join us, join us, join. She's pretty, isn't she? So soft. It doesn't stop hurting, you know. It just gets quieter. Jennifer's remaining skin prickled, her nerves alight with the wrongness of it. The air tasted like rust and spoiled milk. Agnes stepped back, admiring her work, as the tapestry stitched itself, black threads squirming like living things, weaving Jennifer's skin into the patchwork. The strip pulsed,
Twitched.
then it opened an eye, a perfect, lidless blue eye, Jennifer's eye, blinking wetly from the center of the stitched flesh. Agnes clapped her hands, delighted.
Oh,
You're a quick one, aren't you? Jennifer's stomach lurched. She could feel it,
that eye.
that piece of her,
Seeing.
watching.
Trapped.
Agnes turned back to her, knife glinting. Now, she crooned, let's find you a proper place in the pattern. The blade descended. Jennifer moved. A surge of adrenaline, of desperation. She wrenched her wrist against the rope, feeling skin split, feeling bone grind. But the bindings held. Agnes paused, raised an eyebrow. Oh dear, she sighed. You're going to bruise the canvas. Jennifer's breath came in ragged gasps. Her vision swam, but she'd seen it. The glint of metal near the table leg. A dropped scalpel. Clothes. She strained, fingers clawing at air. Agnes Tutade, TSK, still fighting. She leaned in, her breath sour with old meat. Don't you want to know what happens next? Jennifer's fingertips brushed cold steel. Agnes smiled. I'll tell you anyway. The knife flashed down, and Jennifer rolled, the blade scoring her ribs instead of her throat. The scalpel was in her hand now, slick with her own blood. She sawed at the rope, fibers snapping one by one. Agnes's smile vanished. No, she whispered. Then the tapestry screamed, not in fear, in hunger. The thread surged, unraveling from the wall, whipping toward Jennifer like black vipers. Agnes's hand closed around her wrist. Mine, she hissed, and the world split open. The pain vanished first. One moment, white-hot agony as the knife peeled back another strip of flesh from her ribs. The next, nothing. Jennifer blinked.
No.
She tried to blink, but she had no eyes, no body, no throat to scream with. She was floating, detached, watching. Below her, her own ruined body lay splayed across the stone slab, chest carved open in a glistening red ruin. Blood pooled beneath the table, dripping and slow. Fat drops onto the floor. The smell of copper and spoiled meat hung thick in the air. Agnes stood over her corpse, humming as she worked, the curved knife flashing in the candlelight. She peeled back another ribbon of skin with the precision of a sculptor, her gnarled fingers slick with Jennifer's blood. That's me, Jennifer thought, dazed. That's my skin, my blood, my body. But she felt nothing. No pain, no fear, just emptiness. Then, the pull. It started as a faint tug, like a hook lodged beneath her ribs, but she had no ribs, not anymore. Then it yanked, hard, dragging her toward the tapestry. The wall of stitched-together flesh shivered as she neared, the patches of skin straining against their threads. The voices inside rose in a chorus of whispers. Come closer. It's better here. We'll keep you safe. Jennifer recoiled.
No.
She willed herself back, away from the wall, but the air was thick, resistant, like wading through tar. Agnes paused mid-cut, the knife hovering over Jennifer's exposed muscle. She tilted her head, as if listening to a sound only she could hear. Then, she turned, not toward Jennifer's body, toward her. Her milky eye locked onto Jennifer's floating spirit. Oh, Agnes crooned, her lips curling into a smile. You're still here. And then, she reached for her, not with her hands, with something else. Something dark and hungry that slithered from the shadows of the tapestry, coiling around Jennifer's spirit like smoke. Don't worry, dear, Agnes whispered. You're not leaving just yet. The darkness tightened, and Jennifer screamed, but no sound came out. The knife moved with reverence. Jennifer watched, suspended in that terrible nowhere space between flesh and spirit, as Agnes bent over her ruined body. The old woman's hands, gnarled and stained with old blood beneath the fingernails, worked with methodical precision. Every slice was measured, every cut intentional. "She's not butchering me," Jennifer realized with dawning horror. "She's preparing me." The curved blade dipped into the meat of Jennifer's thigh, separating skin from muscle with a wet, tearing sound. Agnes hummed as she worked, the same tuneless nursery rhyme from before, but slower now, more deliberate. The candlelight caught the edge of the knife, the steel flashing like a grinning mouth.
Click, click, click.
The sound wasn't real. Jennifer had no ears to hear it with, but she felt it, a rhythmic, metallic pulse that matched the twitch of Agnes's fingers. A new strip of skin peeled free, glistening and raw. Agnes held it up to the light, turning it this way and that, examining the quality. She murmured. "A little thin here, but the color is lovely." She turned toward the tapestry. The wall of flesh shivered in anticipation. Jennifer's spirit recoiled, but the dark tendrils held her fast, forcing her to watch as Agnes pressed the strip of skin against the tapestry's surface. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the stitches moved. Black threads unspooled like living things, weaving through the new flesh, stitching it seamlessly into the grotesque whole. The skin melted into place, the edges blending as if it had always been there. And then, sensation. A phantom echo of touch, of being touched. Jennifer gasped, but she had no lungs, no air, no voice. Because suddenly, she wasn't just watching. She was feeling. The tapestry knew her now, and it was hungry. The realization struck Jennifer like a physical blow. She wasn't just watching the tapestry. She was inside it. Not fully. Not yet. But the threads were already weaving through her spirit, stitching her consciousness into the grotesque patchwork of souls. The voices she'd heard before weren't just echoes. They were people.
Trapped.
Preserved. Just as she would be. A fresh wave of terror surged through her. But this time, the tapestry reacted. The patchwork of skin trembled, the stitches pulling taut, as if in anticipation. The voices rose in a chorus, whispering, pleading, laughing. "You're almost one of us. Don't fight it. It's easier if you stop struggling." Jennifer tried to scream, to thrash, but the darkness held her fast. She was a fly caught in a web, her spirit bound by invisible threads that grew tighter with every passing second. Below her, Agnes continued her work, oblivious or indifferent, to Jennifer's silent torment. The knife flashed, peeling another strip of skin from Jennifer's arm. The pain should have been unbearable, but Jennifer felt nothing.
No.
That wasn't true. She felt everything, but not from her body.
From the tapestry.
Every new piece of flesh Agnes added sent a ripple through the wall, a shudder of sensation that Jennifer felt in her very core. The skins remembered. They remembered the pain, the fear, the moment they were torn away. And now, so did she. Agnes paused, tilting her head as if listening to something only she could hear. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, she pressed the latest strip of Jennifer's skin against the tapestry. The threads lunged. Jennifer's vision exploded in white-hot agony as her spirit was pulled, stretched, woven into the wall. The voices swarmed around her, inside her, their memories flooding her mind. A hiker, lost in the woods, begging as the knife touched his throat. A woman screaming as her skin was peeled from her back in one long, unbroken sheet. A child sobbing, her small hands bound, as Agnes whispered, "Hush, dear. It'll be over soon." Jennifer's consciousness fractured under the weight of their suffering. She was drowning in it, suffocating beneath centuries of torment, of stolen lives, of stolen skin. And then, silence. A single, terrible understanding settled over her. This was her fate. Not just death, not just pain, but to become part of the tapestry, to live inside it, forever. The basement door groaned open with the sound of rusted hinges screaming. Jennifer's awareness, now frayed and tangled within the tapestry's threads, snapped toward the sound. A figure slumped in the doorway, silhouetted by the faint light from the stairs beyond.
A man.
Young, his head lolled forward, his limbs slack with the same drugged heaviness Jennifer had felt before.
No.
The word tore through her, a silent plea. She tried to scream, to lunge forward, to do anything, but the tapestry held her fast. Her voice, if she even had one anymore, dissolved into the chorus of whispers that filled the air. Agnes straightened, her bloodied hands pausing mid-motion. She turned toward the door, her milky eye glinting in the candlelight. "Ah," she murmured, her voice dripping with satisfaction. Right on time. The man swayed on his feet, his eyelids fluttering. He mumbled something incoherent, his words slurred.
The tea.
He must have drunk the tea, just like Jennifer had. The realization sent a fresh wave of helpless rage through her. Agnes set the knife down with a soft clink and wiped her hands on her apron. The fabric was already stained beyond saving, the once white cloth now a patchwork of brown and red. She shuffled toward the man, her movements slow and deliberate, like a predator circling wounded prey. "Come, dear," she crooned, reaching out to take his arm. "You must be tired." The man didn't resist. He barely seemed to register her touch. His head rolled to the side, his unfocused gaze sliding past Agnes, past the bloodied table, past Jennifer's mutilated body. And for one heart-stopping second, his eyes met hers. Not hers, not her body's, hers, the part of her still clinging to consciousness inside the tapestry. Did he see her? Did he understand? His brow furrowed, his lips parting as if to speak. Then Agnes tugged him forward, breaking the moment. "Let's get you comfortable," she said, steering him toward the table. Jennifer watched in mute horror as Agnes guided the man's limp body onto the slab. His head lolled to the side, his cheek pressing against the cold stone. His fingers twitched, a feeble attempt to push himself up, but Agnes simply patted his shoulder. "Rest now," she whispered. "It'll be easier if you don't fight." The man's eyelids fluttered shut. Agnes turned back to her tools, humming as she selected a fresh blade. And Jennifer could do nothing. Nothing but watch. Nothing but remember. And as Agnes raised the knife, the tapestry's voices swelled around her, whispering the same terrible truth. This is how it happens. This is how it always happens. Time dissolved. Jennifer no longer knew if minutes or centuries had passed. The tapestry had swallowed her consciousness whole, stitching her into its grotesque mosaic of souls. She was everywhere and nowhere, woven into the walls, threaded through the whispers, drowning in the memories of 100 victims who came before. The man on the table screamed. His voice joined the chorus, raw and broken, as Agnes's blade bit into his flesh. Jennifer felt it, not just as pain, but the echo of her own. The tapestry thrummed with each new wound, drinking in his terror like wine. She tried to shut her eyes. She had no eyes to shut. Agnes worked methodically, peeling skin from muscle, humming as she went. The man's struggles grew weaker, his screams fading to whimpers, then to silence. His skin joined the others, stitched into the ever-growing tapestry. His voice joined the whispers. "It doesn't hurt anymore," he murmured, his words blending with the rest. Jennifer wanted to weep. She had no tears left. The cycle repeated. Another victim, another blade, another soul unraveled and rewoven into the wall. Jennifer's sense of self frayed at the edges, her memories bleeding into the collective. She could no longer remember the sound of her own name, the faces of her coworkers, the warmth of sunlight, only the knife, the whispers, the hunger. Agnes stepped back, surveying her work. The tapestry stretched from floor to ceiling now, a living, breathing monument to her craft. She ran her fingers over the newest additions, her touch reverent. "Beautiful," she whispered. Then she turned, her milky eye scanning the darkness beyond the candlelight. But not complete. A fresh wave of dread pulsed through the tapestry. Jennifer understood then. This was her eternity.
To watch.
To remember. To wait. Because the tapestry was never finished. And Agnes was never satisfied. A jolt. A gasp. Jennifer's head snapped forward, her cheek peeling away from the keyboard where she'd been slumped. The sharp taste of stale coffee flooded her mouth. Her hands, her real hands, whole and unmarked, twitched against the desk.
Light.
Too much light. Fluorescent office panels buzzed overhead, sterile and bright. The storm was gone. Outside the window, a crisp blue sky stretched endlessly, the morning sun glinting off skyscrapers. Rough night, huh? Ben's grinning face loomed too close, his breath smelling of mint gum. He nudged her shoulder. You were totally zonked. Even snored a little. Jennifer recoiled. Her body remembered what her mind couldn't reconcile. The knife, the blood, the peeling. But here was Ben, alive and whole. No stitches distorting his smile. Her voice cracked. She looked down. No ropes. No wounds. Just the faint imprint of keyboard keys on her cheek and the familiar ache of an office chair digging into her spine. You missed the last bus, Ben said, shrugging. Guess the overtime finally got to you. Jennifer's fingers trembled as she touched her collarbone. Unbroken skin. But I felt the blade. Hey. Ben frowned. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. A laugh burst from Jennifer's throat. Hysterical. Jagged. She clamped a hand over her mouth. It was a dream. Just a dream. The elevator dinged down the hall. A familiar scrape-screech of wheels followed. Jennifer froze.
No.
Please, no. But when she turned, there she was, Agnes, pushing her mop bucket across the lobby tiles. The old cleaner moved slowly, her back hunched, her gray hair tucked under a faded kerchief. Normal. Harmless. Just a dream. Then Agnes looked up and smiled. Not the vacant smile of a tired janitor, the knowing smile of a woman who had peeled Jennifer apart stitch by stitch. Morning, dear, Agnes rasped. And in that moment, Jennifer remembered the screams. Jennifer's fingers dug into the edge of her desk, her knuckles blanching white. The office air conditioning hummed, suddenly too cold against her sweat-damp skin. Earth to Jen? Ben waved a hand in front of her face. You're seriously freaking me out. I'm fine. The lie tasted like copper on her tongue. She forced a shaky breath. Just a bad dream. Agnes's mop bucket squeaked down the hallway, the sound setting Jennifer's teeth on edge. She couldn't look away. The old woman moved with the same deliberate slowness as in the nightmare, back slightly hunched, shoulders rounded. But there was something wrong about the way her shadows stretched too long across the polished floor. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't. A sharp throb pulsed beneath Jennifer's collarbone. She gasped, her hand flying to her chest. For a dizzying second, she felt it. The ghost of Agnes's blade slicing through skin. The wet snick of separation. Then nothing. Just smooth, unbroken flesh beneath her fingertips. Jen. Ben's voice sharpened. You need water or something?
No.
No, Jennifer swallowed hard. I'm good. She stood too fast, her chair rolling back with a screech. The office swayed. The fluorescent lights buzzed like flies over carrion. Agnes was gone. Only the faint smell of bleach lingered, undercut by something darker, something meaty that made Jennifer's stomach clench. You look like hell, Ben said, frowning. Maybe you should go home. Home. The word sent a fresh wave of nausea through her. The thought of being alone, of dark rooms and creaking floors and waiting. Yeah, Jennifer whispered. Maybe I should. She grabbed her bag, her fingers brushing against something cold and metallic inside. Her breath hitched. Slowly, she peered inside. A single sewing needle lay at the bottom of her bag, its tip glinting under the office lights. And wrapped around it, a single, coarse black thread. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft click, sealing Jennifer inside the sterile metal box. Her reflection stared back from the polished walls, pale, wide-eyed, a stranger wearing her face. The needle weighed heavy in her pocket, its presence like a splinter buried deep in her mind. Just a coincidence. Just a stray thread. The elevator jerked downward. A sound whispered through the vents. Not the building's usual hum, but something wet and shuddering, like flesh being peeled from bone. Jennifer's breath came in short, sharp bursts. She clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms. Not real. Not real.
Not.
The lights flickered. For one heart-stopping second, the elevator walls rippled, the steel warping into rough-hewn stone. The air reeked of tallow and iron. A shadow moved in the corner of her vision, a hunched figure, a glint of metal. Then the lights stabilized. The elevator was just an elevator again. Jennifer's knees buckled. She braced herself against the railing, her pulse roaring in her ears. Going down. The voice came from behind her. Jennifer whirled. A man stood in the corner of the elevator, his face half hidden in shadow. He hadn't been there a second ago. She was sure of it. His lips stretched into a smile. Too wide.
Too many teeth.
"You look tired, dear," he murmured. The cadence was wrong. The voice was wrong. But the words, Agnes's words. Jennifer's vision tunneled. The elevator dinged, the doors sliding open on the lobby. She stumbled out, her shoes slipping on the polished floor. The security guard at the desk glanced up. "You all right, miss?" Jennifer opened her mouth and froze. Behind the guard, reflected in the glass doors, stood a figure, Agnes. Her milky eye fixed on Jennifer. Her lips moved, soundless but unmistakable. "Run." The lobby spun around Jennifer. The security guard's mouth moved, but his words dissolved into static as her pulse hammered in her ears. She blinked, once, twice, but Agnes's reflection remained, a smudge of wrongness in the polished glass. Then the revolving doors shuttered. Not from wind, not from touch, from something passing through them. Jennifer didn't wait to see more. She ran, not toward the exit.
Down.
The stairwell door crashed open under her palms, the concrete steps swallowing her frantic footfalls. The air grew thicker with every descent, the fluorescent lights flickering like failing stars. B2, basement level 2. The sign hung crooked, the letters bleeding rust. Jennifer's fingers trembled as she shoved the door open and froze. The basement stretched before her, a cavern of shadows and humming machinery. The custodial closet door stood ajar, a sliver of yellow light cutting across the floor. And there, in the center of the darkness, a mop bucket, abandoned, water sloshed inside, pink-tinged. Jennifer's breath hitched. She took a step forward. Scree, scree, scree. The sound skittered across her nerves. Metal on stone, knife on whetstone. She turned. The service elevator doors groaned open behind her, revealing a yawning blackness. The stench of tallow and rotting meat rolled out in waves. And from the darkness, a whisper. "You forgot something, dear." Jennifer looked down. At her feet lay a single strip of leathery fabric.
No.
Not fabric.
Skin.
Stitched along the edges with coarse black thread. The basement door clicked shut behind Jennifer. Not a slam, a snick, like scissors closing. The strip of skin at her feet twitched, curling at the edges like parchment in flame. The black stitches glistened, wet and fresh. Jennifer's fingers found the needle in her pocket. It burned, not with heat, with memory. The service elevator doors yawned wider, the darkness inside pulsing like a throat. "You've always been my favorite." Agnes's voice came from everywhere, from the walls, from the ceiling, from the stitches in the strip of skin. Jennifer's breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air. She stepped back. Her heel hit something soft. She didn't look down. She knew. The mop bucket tipped over, pink water sloshing across the concrete. In the spill, reflections moved, not hers, not the ceiling lights, but faces stretched and sewn, mouths gaping in silent screams. The tapestry was here. It had always been here. The needle in Jennifer's hand trembled. Agnes stepped from the elevator, not the frail cleaner, Not the kind old woman. This Agnes stood tall, her limbs too long, her shadows stretching until it swallowed the walls. Her kerchief had fallen away, revealing hair that wasn't hair, threads, black and glistening. Sewn, the lobby doors hissed shut behind Jennifer, sealing away the basement's breath. Sunlight stabbed her eyes, too bright, too clean, as she stumbled into the street. The city roared around her, a cacophony of honking cabs and chattering pedestrians, all oblivious. Her fingers found the needle still clutched in her fist. The eye of it caught the light, winking. "You're still holding it. You brought it with you." A shudder ripped through her. She willed her hand to open, to let it clatter to the sidewalk. But her fingers wouldn't obey. The needle stayed, just like the whispers. Pretty thread, a woman's voice, frayed at the edges. Not Agnes's. Older.
Jennifer Spoon.
The crowd flowed past, suits, tourists, a street vendor flipping pretzels. No one looking at her. No one seeing her. But the voice came again, closer now. Always needs more. This time, it didn't come from outside. It came from inside her skull. Jennifer ran. Not home. Not to the police.
To the only place left.
The office building loomed, its glass facade reflecting a sky that was too blue. The security guard raised a hand in greeting as Jennifer burst through the doors, then froze. His eyes locked onto her chest. "Monsieur." Jennifer looked down. A stain bloomed across her blouse, crimson spreading from where the needle had pierced her palm.
No.
Not the needle. The thread, black and glistening, it unspooled from her flesh, weaving into her shirt, her skin, deeper. The guard reached for her. The service door creaked open. Agnes's bucket wheels screed across the marble. "Tisk, messy dear." Jennifer backed away, the thread pulling taut between her palm and the needle. Agnes stood framed in the service doorway, her knuckles raw and red against the mop handle. Not from scrubbing, from stitching. The guard took a step toward Jennifer. Agnes sighed. The thread yanked. Jennifer's vision whited out as the needle moved in her grip, dragging her hand up, and plunging into the guard's cheek. He didn't scream. He giggled, high and wet, like a child's laughter spliced with static. The needle pulled back, trailing black filament that squirmed as it stitched his lips shut. Agnes nodded. Better. Jennifer ran. Out the doors. Into the crowd. The needle hummed in her fist, the thread now connecting her to the guard, to the building, to Agnes. People turned to stare. Not at her. At their own hands, where black threads sprouted from their fingertips.